Welcome to Catskill Weiss Schwarz. Today's video will be a set overview for Fujimi Fantasia Bunko Volume 2, which is quite a mouthful of a title. This is a set that is a long time coming. Set 1 came out in English way back when in spring of 2020. Set 2 came out in Japan in the fall of 2024. Then we got the announcement that it was coming to English sometime in the spring of 2025. And now here we are, roughly a year after the announcement for English. It is April 2026, and it is finally coming out on Friday, April 24th. So definitely a long road to get this set. I think when set 2 came out in Japan, there was just sort of this consensus, maybe not a uniform consensus, but there was a lot of people who seemed to think that we weren't going to get this set in English. We wouldn't get volume 2 in English for Fujimi. I think it's just the release calendar was pretty full. There were a lot of big titles coming out. Not that Fujimi's not a big title, but I think a big reason why is that there's a lot of licensing things that go into Bushiroad Weiss products, and set 1 for Fujimi definitely drew from a lot of different franchises. I don't even know most of the franchises, but set 2 just really just exploded with how many different franchises they were drawing from. And I think people thought that it would just be tough to get the permission to license all of these different franchises together, even if, I don't know the exact specifics, even if they are all under the same roof in Japan. Sometimes there are even they're just variables that come into play when it comes to licensing every single one for English. And because there were so many, I think people thought we just might not get it. Some people might have thought that these sort of sets that come out where it is just this big mesh of a whole bunch of different franchises maybe just wasn't super viable in English. Dengeki Bunko, it was a similar set where it drew from a lot of different franchises, and people did want it when it came out, but when it came out in English, I don't think the sales were like that crazy. It still might have done better maybe than an average set, but I think people expected it to do better than it really did, just in terms of sales. So even if you could argue that there were more popular IPs that would be in Bunko Fujimi Bunko Volume 2, that maybe Bushiroad just wouldn't want to go through all the expense or the effort of bringing it over to English, and then maybe it just sort of underperforming, especially because this is not necessarily the most competitive set. It is a sorely needed set if you want to play Fujimi, because set 1 is quite dated at this point. I mean, it did come out 6 years ago now in English, which is just a very, very long time. Fujimi Volume 1 definitely had some moments where, particularly with its standby package, where it could, it did top sometimes. I'm not going to say it wasn't like a thing. For its time, it was, but it really, now when you just sit down and read the cards and compare it to cards that we've been getting the last 2, 3, even 4 years, it is sort of just dated. Not that it's unplayable or anything like that, but fortunately for anyone who likes Fujimi, you can play all the old Fujimi stuff with all the new Fujimi stuff. And set 2, I think, is a good set overall if you are just a fan of what this set is trying to do, bringing together all these various franchises. It is still, by modern standards, I don't think it's going to make much of an impact on our meta, but I think I was having fun reading the cards, and I don't even know most of the franchises. I know Data Live. I'm a huge fan of Data Live. I know Saikano. I love Saikano. I am aware of High School DxD, which is in this set. I watched the first couple episodes of the show, and I didn't really care for it, so I never followed up with it. But I know that that has a huge following, and people really like it. I don't think any of the other franchises in this set I actually recognized, but that's fine. The art is beautiful. There are actually some really cool cards in the set that, even if the set is not like the most explosive in terms of competitive play, I think there is a lot to really like, especially if you're a fan of some or all of the IPs that are featured in this set. There is a wide variety of cards that are in the set, meaning you have a very wide variety of decks that you can build. That if you just want to have fun with the cards in the set, I think you could be experimenting for a good long while. Of course, the climax combos are just the least amount of them compared to non-climax combos in the set, but just in terms of how you want to build a deck, different utility you want to try, stuff like that. I was having an absolute blast just sort of reading through the set, especially with the level zeros, which I think for anyone who is jumping in to my channel with this video, whenever I do a set overview, it's not a full-on set review. I do not talk about every single card in the set. I will generally talk about most or all of the climax combos in the set, but once we get past that, I will sort of like cherry pick cards at various levels to discuss, and we will go over a good chunk in every set overview, but I'm not going card by card by card and talking about it because a lot of sets will come out with a lot of pack filler, and we don't need to see every profile every single time. It would just take too long and is just kind of uninteresting. But when I was going through the cards in this set, especially with the zeros, I think I am discussing more zeros in this set overview than I have in any other set overview video that I've done. Um, I only started doing my channel back in December of 2025, so it's not even 6 months, so that may not sound like a lot, but I was like, wow, this slide is, when we get to that, it might take a while, just because there's some really cool stuff. There might not be anything that's game breaking, game changing, anything like that, but whereas my interest in this set mostly was just with the Data Live and Psychono cards, after just reading through the whole set and seeing how unique some of the cards are, or just the sheer variety of cards compared to most sets that come out, I kind of feel like now just picking up a playset and just having fun with it. The art is beautiful, and who knows, maybe it this set will get me into some of those other IPs and watch them or read them or whatever it is. Um, but yeah, there is definitely a lot to like. So, without further ado, let's get into it. As always, with my set overview videos, I am going to be starting with the level 3 combos for the set. The level 3 combos in Fujimi, there's a couple of interesting things. There's some very standard things. There's nothing that's really game breaking here in terms of consistently dealing an insane amount of damage. That's not what this set is really about. But there is definitely multiple different combos that you could be playing in different colors with different triggers that you should be able to find something that suits your playstyle and what you're looking for. And like many cards in this set, they just look so nice that sometimes I realized I actually had to reread an effect a couple of times because I wasn't fully absorbing it, because I just liked how nice the art looked. Fujimi Volume 2 is a set that gets a booster pack and a trial deck. It's not often we see a sequel set get a trial deck, but this one did. Probably fair because it has been a very long time since set 1, so it's probably best to just pretend that set 1 doesn't really exist and just work from there. The trial deck level 3 combo is actually not bad. For anyone who follows my channel, they'll know that earlier this week, just a day or two ago, I did a set overview video for Eminence and Shadow, and I discussed the level 3 trial deck combo in Eminence, and it's very similar to this trial deck combo, except this one is just significantly better. It's just more powerful, better to do. It's a restander just like the one in Eminence, but this one is just solid. This one has a chance to whiff, but I think overall just a very solid trial deck combo. What it does is that when it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal up to 1, and then it gets 3000 power until end of turn. Then its climax combo is up to once per turn. At the end of this card's attack, if you have the climax, which is a door climax, you may pay the cost, which is pay 1. If you do, you reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is a Fantasia Bunko or magic character, stand this card. Just a point going forward, for anyone that is unfamiliar with the Fantasia Bunko series, or the Fujimi Fantasia Bunko series, the dominant trait is in the set is Fantasia Bunko. Now, pretty much everything in the set is going to have at least one other trait aside from Fantasia Bunko. Now, those traits are going to be specific to the trait for that particular series. Now, I do not know what series this inseparable Lena and Naga is from, but I assume that those other two traits, Magic and Genius, are relevant to that series. We see other series like Data Live. For anyone who has, or I guess hasn't seen it, Data Live has its own separate set within Weiss, multiple sets. Same with Psychono, which also has cards featured in this set. So in addition to Fantasia Bunko as a trait on those cards, there will also be, for Data Live, there will be Date and Celestial Spirit, which is what the traits are in the actual separate Data Life sets. For Psychono, in addition to the Fantasia Bunko trait, they will also have the game trait, because that is the trait that is found in the separate Psychono sets. Now, interestingly enough, again, for anyone who is familiar with Weiss, they'll already know this, but this is for the people who aren't as familiar. You can actually use the specific franchises cards from the set in their specific outside franchises in Weiss. So there are Data Live cards within this set. You can use the Data Live cards from the set in Data Live decks using the other Data Live sets that have been released in Weiss. Same thing with Psychono. You can use the Psychono cards from this set in the Psychono sets that have already been released in Weiss. Now, you cannot use other cards that aren't a part of those franchises within those sets. If you are playing with cards from Data Live volumes 1 and 2 and Data Bullet spin-off set, you can't use this card that's pictured here, for example. So the reason why these cards all have so many traits is in the event that they already have an existing set, or in the future get their own separate set, Bushiroad is making it so that these cards will be compatible with their respective sets. So that's just a little aside. Well, I forgot to bring it up in the intro portion of this video. But going forward, because I don't feel like saying Fantasia Bunko 1,000 times this video, because it's something that's going to be brought up a lot, I am just going to be saying character, and we'll assume that everything in this set meets the qualification for the Fantasia Bunko trait. So when anything ever refers to a trait, I'm just going to say character or traded or something like that, so my mouth doesn't go dry from saying Fantasia Bunko 50 times a second. Back to this specific card. We'll just start over. The climax combo, end of attack. If you have the door climax, pay 1. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character, stand this card. Super inexpensive restander. It gets big with its own effect, plus the climax with its own effect. It's 12k. With the climax, it's 13k. Should be able to get over a lot of backups. Something would have to be sitting pretty big and probably be pumped by an assist and or a big backup for this to not be able to get over it. Now, the one downside of this card really is the fact that you do have to reveal a character in order to stand it. So if you're playing events, this will whiff on events. It will also whiff on climaxes. However, for trial deck combo, this is so inexpensive for a restander, and it still heals, and it's on a good trigger being on door, that I don't think it really matters if you just buy a couple trial decks just to try out Weiss. I think this is perfectly fine. I could have missed it. It would be helpful if this set, it could be in set 1. If there was a card that, like, when you play a climax or something like that, you could give a character top check. Though actually that wouldn't even help this card now that I think about it, because then they would just trigger with that card. Basically, you just have to hope you don't reveal a climax. And if you're playing this, you're either not playing events or you shouldn't be playing too many events. But at the end of the day, really cheap restander. I like this so much more than the other restander I looked at in a different set overview video this week, because that one was a pay 4. And it might have required a reverse, I can't remember. But either way, pay 4 after you attack, and this one is just a simple pay 1. I think it's super fair, good trigger, and for a trial deck, really, really solid. It's not going to see play in any competitive thing, but still, for what it is, it's pretty good. Next up, we have this Glint Monica. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1, and when it's placed on stage from hand, it gets X power. X is equal to the number of characters your opponent has times 1,000. So if your opponent has a full board, she will gain an additional 5,000. Pretty big. When she attacks, if you have the choice climax that goes with her in your climax area, and you have 4 more other characters, so you do need a full board to do this, you look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, pick up to 2 cards from among them, put them on top of your opponent's deck, put the rest into waiting room, then you choose up to 2 of your characters, and those characters get +1 soul until end of turn. So this is a Mocha 2. It is a free Mocha. Anyone unfamiliar, Mocha refers to a character that gets to look at the top X cards of your opponent's deck, and you could put a certain amount of cards back and dump the rest or send the rest somewhere else. So the idea with this is that if you see climaxes, you dump them. If you see clean cards that aren't climaxes, you put them back on top. It's a way to sort of not guarantee, but closer, make it like easier to guarantee that you're going to stick some damage. However, it only looks at 2 cards, which I'm not nuts about. So with the climax, if you're fronting, this thing is swinging for at least 3 soul. So they could always cancel on the 3rd card. Even if you see 2 clean on top, you could trigger a soul trigger. At that point, this thing is swinging for 4. So now there's 2 unknown cards at the very least that you're not sure of, and they could cancel on those. If you swing direct, it just goes on and on and on. Mocha 2 really isn't that strong. I don't like that it's a full board. The only thing that is fine, I guess, about the full board, even though I still don't like it, is the fact that it does gain a good amount of power. Odds are your opponent should have at least 2 characters on their board. They should have a back row, so this thing will get pretty big. With a climax and a couple characters in the back row, that's 12k. But the thing is if they don't have a center stage, then this thing doesn't have to worry about power anyway. And the only reason power is really relevant is because since you do need a full board for each copy, it is susceptible to memory kick. But I think the way the power condition is, either your opponent's not going to have a board and power is irrelevant, or they will have a big board and this thing will just get so much power. It's hard to imagine that most decks outside of maybe like Pot Chain, Tokyo Revengers are really going to be able to wall up over this and use a memory kick counter on you. But Mocha 2 is not really that good. I don't even like Mocha 3 that much, but Mocha for 2 is just kind of bad. The plus soul is sort of interesting, I guess. It helps you set up side attacks in other lanes, which can be helpful. I don't know who this character is. I don't know what franchise she's from. She looks cool though, so if you like this character, it's fine. It's on a good trigger. I think the biggest benefit really is the fact that it helps set up sides so that in your other lanes, when you use other copies of this and you are using the Mocha effect, if you gave some soul to the other ones, they might be able to side for like 2. Now, you're not really pushing any additional instances of damage with this, which is kind of not great. If you have to start siding for like 2, 2 really is like nothing. You shouldn't be killing your opponent with an instance or 2 of guaranteed 2. I guess a benefit of this though is the fact that it requires no hand or stock to use it. There is a Neg Soul event from set 1 that will, for 4 stock, you choose a couple of your characters. They each get the ability that the character facing it loses 2 soul for the turn. So this is on a choice. So since you're swinging 3 times, you'll have at least 3 stock. But hopefully you got more. You could use something like that. There is an event in this set that's a 3-0 event that just says discard 2 cards, and then it's burn 4, I think, but you burn something, but I think it's burn 4 to your opponent. Because you don't need hand and you don't need stock, you are able to sort of do things like that. You could be a little more offensive with something like that event. You can be defensive like with the other event, which is from set 1. You can spend your stock pretty liberally um, on brainstorms, things like that. It still heals, which is nice. Overall, it's fine, but it's not necessarily like that great in and of itself. I think its biggest redeeming quality is the fact that it is very, very inexpensive to triple this, and that will free you up to use your resources on other cards that can either help you close out the game or protect you and help you survive the following turn, because odds are you're not going to kill your opponent even if you triple this. But it's fine overall. For a double rare, I don't know if it quite deserves that slot. There are 15 double rares in this set for some reason, but it's fine. Next up, we have this Persevering Student Council Kurimu. When she attacks, she gets X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of other characters you have times 500. So when she attacks, if you have a full board, for example, she will gain 2000 power. And her climax combo, she works on a standby climax, which is important. When she's placed on stage from hand by the specific standby climax, you may pay the cost, which is pay one, ditch one. If you do, you stand her. Um, so you're at level 2, you play her specific standby, you pay the cost, you can stand with her immediately and attack with her immediately. Notably, and it does explain this in the card text, during your attack phase, if you trigger her specific standby, it can't be any standby, but if you trigger her specific standby and you summon her out with that triggered standby during your attack phase, you can still pay the cost and stand her immediately. We've seen this a handful of times in English over the years. Like JoJo has a standby combo that's like this to let you stand it when it's summoned, even by a triggered standby. Um, this card's okay. I actually think standby is like okay in this set, but I don't really care for this card too much if I'm being honest. Um, it just the fact that it doesn't do anything else, it doesn't heal, it doesn't have any chance to do extra burn. The fact if you trigger any standby, then you can stand her during your like attack phase. I still wouldn't love it, but it would be better. The fact that you have to trigger her specific standby, counting on a trigger to get some extra damage is already kind of just like hoping for the best, and you only get 3 swings. The fact that it has to be her specific standby, you're only running 4 copies of her standby in the deck. The odds are that's 4 out of 50 cards. It's just not like that great. Plus, if you already are using a copy of her standby, like now you're down to 3 out of 50 cards that you need to trigger just to get that. At level 2, between level 2 and 3, I guess it's possible that you trigger a copy of her specific standby. But we've seen things like, it's not in English yet, but like Data Live Volume 3 is out in Japan, and they have a level 3 standby combo that says I think it's the start of attack phase, if it's in your center stage, you may pay one, it might be pay one, ditch one, I forget, but it's at least pay one. If you do, you either get to stand her and heal, or you can burn 2. Um, so, like something like that, which I've tested a lot in the simulator, and then looking at this, which has that sort of similar stand effect, it's just tough coming from something like that to something like this, because that one has the option to heal and you could really start spamming it. That one has the option to also do burn in case it's already on your stage. So you're not giving up extra instances of burn. Sure, that one can't stand itself when it's summoned during your attack phase via triggering its standby. But I think that's fair. I think it does so much other stuff that just seeing how little this really does by comparison, I just don't think it's really that great. I like this character, I guess it's fine. If you like standby, it's fine. But we have a level 0 and a level 2 standby in this set that I like infinitely more than this, and I would suggest that if you really just want to go all in on standby, play those other two standby combos instead, and then play some off finishers for level 3 rather than playing this. Next up, we have this Chosen Future, Sosuke, and Kaname. Since I don't know any of the most of these IPs outside of like Data Live and Saikano, and I guess the one character from High School DxD, please forgive me if I mispronounce any of these names because I'm just winging it. When it's placed on stage from hand, you pick up to one character with level equal to or lower than your current level that's in your hand. You put it on any position of your stage, and this card gets 2,000 power until end of turn. So it's a really easy way to just start spamming other level 3s, other 2-cost characters. It's a really easy way to just tri-field this combo for only 2 stock. I mean, because you summon the first one will then summon the second copy, and the second copy will trigger and summon the third copy, and then that third copy, if you want, can summon something else. So very, very efficient. Then its actual climax combo, it works on a bar, is when it attacks, if you have the bar climax, you have another character, you may pay the cost, which is pay 2, ditch 1. If you do, you declare any number and you deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the number you declared. You do have to declare a positive number. You can't declare a negative number. For anyone who thought they would be like really cute, but she wrote already is on to you. So it is a pay 2, but that's sort of okay because you are just summoning like a full field of this for only 2 stock. I think this card is actually pretty neat. I don't mind this being like a double rare slot. I think it's on a good trigger. I think, yes, if, doing a pay 2 ditch 1 could potentially be like the most expensive like burn 1 if you choose to burn 1 that you'll ever do. But the fact that it is so versatile, it's very modular. You get to decide on the damage you want to do based on changing game states. Your opponent, maybe you attack with the first one and you just decide, oh, let me just do a burn 2. Maybe you just wind up sticking that burn 2 and you stick this character's attack, and now your opponent's really close to dead. Maybe now you just need very, very precise numbers. Maybe you just need some burn 1s. Maybe that's all you need. Or maybe you're really far behind and, burn 1, burn 2s aren't going to cut it. It's Hail Mary time and you just need to go for burn 4. Maybe you're doing sides and your sides aren't sticking, and now you think you're getting climaxes out of your opponent's deck and you want to go even bigger. I mean, you really can declare any positive number. Maybe your opponent is just out a ton of climaxes. Maybe they're out all their climaxes, who knows, and they're out all of them and they have 6 cards in their deck. It's happened to me before. I try to control my deck state better than that, but sometimes it just happens, and for a fact they're out all of them. Well, you just declare the exact number of cards in their deck and boom, you just stuck a ton of damage. But you also got to do it before you get to go to the counter step, so they can't even use like a refresh backup or something like that. I just noticed the robot on the background of the card. I guess this is I saw that she was in like a white dress. I assume they were getting married. I guess like the robot is officiating or something like that. Anyway, I think I do like this card. I don't think it's like crazy broken or anything like that, but the fact that you really can declare any number, and the fact that even though it's a pay 2, it summons all 3 copies for so cheap, I really do like this. It wouldn't be my go-to pick for the set, but that's only because like there are other ones that frankly have like really pretty art, and I'm very excited to like try those out. But I think this is very solid. I don't mind this. This is a double rare. I like it's on bar. It really is very, very modular and just totally helps you with like the first, depending on how your first or even your second swing goes. Sometimes you don't want to be dealing too much damage. If things go a certain way, you would like to be able to deal less sometimes, and sometimes you do want to deal more, and this card does that perfectly. So overall, I really like this card a lot. I think it's really cool. If it didn't summon other copies of itself for free, I probably wouldn't really like it that much, to be honest, because pay 2 is a lot and it is on a bar, so it's not helping you build extra stock. But because it does summon those copies, um, I think that is really, really good. I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to do the math really quickly in my head while I'm talking. If you start with 6 stock, you summon this out, you summon out the other two, you're only down to 4 stock. I think that would 6 stock up front would be all you need then, because you'd attack and you'd be at 2, then 3, then 1, then 2. You would only need 6 stock up front to triple this. I think that is really, really good. You know, it may not heal or something, but it is going to get power when it summons something. So 2000 power plus the climax, that's 13.5 with the climax before any other sort of like assists that you might have. Very solid profile overall. I think it's pretty cool, and that's a cool looking robot behind him. Next up, we have Dreams to Chase Together, Anisphia and Euphilia, something like that. This one's really pretty, so I like it already. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may put the top card of your clock into your waiting room. During your climax phase, when the climax is placed in your climax area, excuse me, I'm just checking my notes. Okay, this was the climax that was different. The climax, it's blue. You would think it would be pants. It is not pants. It's not a stock soul. I don't know what the term is. When you play, it's like a hand soul, I guess. When you play the climax, you take a character and you get to add it to your hand from your waiting room. It might be a certain level. I don't remember. I should have written that in my notes. But you get to take a character from your waiting room and you get to add it to your hand. Then you give 2 of your characters either 1 or 2 soul. Again, I should have actually put that in my notes. I thought I would remember it. That shows me that I shouldn't rely on my memory. But that's the general gist of it. So it's not a pants. It is that sort of type of hand stock soul effect. Which is fine. I probably would have preferred it to be on pants, but anyway, back to the actual effect, because it is kind of interesting. When you play the climax and you have another character and you have 1 or less other characters in your center stage, you choose one of the following effects and perform it. You can either look at up to 6 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, choose up to 6 cards from among them, and put them into your opponent's waiting room, and then you return the rest to your opponent's deck, and your opponent shuffles their deck. Or you could pay 1, ditch 2. If you do, deal 3 damage to your opponent 2 times. I think this is a very interesting card. I think at worst, you're still going to have 6 instances of damage. You will get 2 swing. If you double this at least, you will get 2 swings, plus you will get 4 burn 3s. And you can, if you double this and you choose to just go the straight burn 3 route, you will get 4 instances of damage before you actually go to attacks, so before your opponent has any chance to like respond, which I think is interesting. I think if you go with the first effect, I think most of the time people are going to go with a combination of the first effect and the second effect. Some games I could see it being more likely that you do some combination of the first effect with the second effect, or you just do the second effect twice. I don't think many people are going to just do the look at 6, dump some, put the rest back twice. I don't think that's necessarily the greatest, but looking at the top 6 cards of your opponent's deck is a lot. It would feel bad if you don't see any climaxes and then your opponent shuffles their deck and you would have just done so much clean damage. But, it's important for this card that you keep an eye on your opponent's deck state. If they have like a compressed deck and you know that they've got a good amount of climaxes in it, it is a way to just sort of get rid of like a good chunk of climaxes at once. Yeah, you lose out on at least 1 copy of this card's instances of burn, but like realistically, if you were going for the burns anyway, then they would have just canceled if they had a bunch of climaxes on top anyway. So, it's kind of like you're dealing with them in a different way. Plus, doing the look at 6, it is not costing any hand to do that. It's not costing any stock to do that, which does mean you can be using that hand or stock on other stuff. I think there are going to be games where people use this and it does just whiff on the 6, and that's going to feel really, really bad. At that point, you're probably not killing your opponent, which would be pretty disappointing. But I think overall, this for rare, this card is nice. I wish the trigger was on pants, but it's still fine. Um, I've seen some people talk about this. Uh, I can't tell how serious they are about this. I haven't tested it in the simulator, but I don't dislike it. It is, I feel like a lot of the time, just my own personal play style. If I was playing this, I would just do a whole bunch of burn threes, to be honest. But even then, that's still a pretty reasonable cost. You would only need 6 stock up front to do it, and if you were playing a normal combo, you would need generally at least 6 stock up front to even get started on tripling your combo anyway. And this is pretty versatile. You know, if your opponent's just out a bunch of climaxes, you could just go the straight burn route, still avoid a battle for a good chunk of those burns. Or, you know, it does deal with compression. Just overall, it is a very interesting combo. I feel like it's not the most consistent, and that is its biggest issue. There, even though you're looking at 6 cards with the first effect, there is a chance that it could whiff, and at that point, you might have just cost yourself the game. Um, but when it hits big, it hits big. And if you ever want to play it safe, you could just go with the burn 3 twice route for both copies. I mean, realistically, I would imagine because you're only allowed to have one other character in your center stage when you use this, in order to be able to use this. You know, you could always go with some sort of off finisher, but I don't know. I would think just doubling this would probably be the way to go. Set 1, Fujimi does have a stock swap, which they reprinted as a promo in this set, which is really nice considering how old the first set is. Um, it's not like unreasonable to do double this plus the stock swap, and the stock swap is on a level 0, which is really nice. It is a pay 3 stock swap, but like if you're just doing one instance of the burned threes twice, you know, you could, it's realistic that you could get to the stock threshold to be able to do the stock swap and double this. At that point, you would need like 8 stock up front, which is fairly reasonable, to be honest. So yeah, decent enough overall. They have these characters have a few cards in the set, so maybe it's a popular series, I don't know. But I could see people just playing it, whether they like the series or because they think it's funny, or there is definitely value to it. I just think it loses the value just to randomness. But overall, still fine. Next up, we have this Eve the Magician. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a card. If you do, you put the top card of your clock into your stock. So she is a stock healer, which is important because even though her climax combo is just a pay 1, she does require a little bit of setup. Some of that setup is most likely going to require you to spend extra stock throughout the game. So it is a way to sort of just help you turn your hand into stock. Hand is an easier resource to replenish and to maintain than stock is, and since she needs no hand for her actual combo, this I think is pretty fair. The only downside to a stock healer is that if you are low on stock and you just canceled or you just got shot 2-3-0 and no more, or you clocked yourself to 3-0 for the turn, well, now you can't turn your hand into stock, and sometimes that could be a problem. Every once in a while when I play these sort of stock healer level 3 combos, I do run into that. Most of the time I try to be prepared and sort of play around it, but it can happen. But anyway, on to the actual climax combo. When she attacks, if you have the climax, which is a pants climax, and your memory has 4 or more characters, you may pay 1. If you do, your opponent reveals the top 4 cards of their deck, shuffles their deck, and then they put X cards from the top of their deck into their clock, and this card gets 2000 power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of climax revealed among those cards. So the number of climax revealed among the 4 cards that you revealed after paying the cost for this effect. This reminds me a lot of a Woody from the Pixar set. I think this is a pretty interesting combo. I don't mind it. Yes, 4 characters in memory is kind of a lot. Thankfully, it doesn't say 4 different characters. That would be like impossible. That would be a nightmare. And nobody would ever be using this thing. I think because of that, that is why this combo is only a pay 1 on attack and why it is a heal to stock, because there are a few actually solid level zeros that go to memory in this set that we're going to talk about later. But like 2 of them require spending a stock, so if you're tripling this, depending on how many of those level zeros that require a stock to be paid to go to memory that you used, it could actually be more like this is not 7 stock up front you need, it's more like 10 or 11. Depending on how many of those you used, you're just paying that 10 or 11 at throughout the game rather than all up front. There is 1 0 that puts a card from hand to clock and goes to memory rather than needing to pay a stock. So I think most people that are playing this, they're going to do some combination of the zeros that pay a stock and the one that just puts a card to clock. I think those cards on their own are not bad. They're all searchers. One's a top look at top 3 at a character and it itself goes to memory. One of them is a drop searcher. Not a drop searcher, sorry. It's when it gets reversed, you could search your deck for a character and it goes to memory. And one of them is when it gets reversed, you put a card from hand to clock and you salvage a card and it goes to memory. I think that all those are good. All those are solid. You're not like forced to play bad memory cards just to try to make this work. And I think that is why this card can succeed, because they're all good zeros that you might not necessarily be playing if you were playing a different deck, but being forced to play those zeros that go to memory, you don't actually feel bad because they are good cards. And then you're still getting memory compression. Right now we're going into a big Oshinoko format, and the 2 big finishers from Oshinoko all require that your opponent mill zeros from your deck in order to deal damage. So it's always nice to be able to get some level zeros out of your deck when you're in that matchup. And if you're not in that matchup, you're still getting memory compression, which is nice, even if it's just 4 by the time you get to your level 3 game. It's that can make a difference. Plus, there is a level 3 early play healer from set 1 that's a 4 or more early play condition, which is really nice, and it heals to memory, which is pretty good, instead of just healing a waiting room. So that is another way to get a character from your into memory to help meet this requirement. Now again, similar to the climax combo we just looked at, you can whiff on the top 4 check, and if your opponent is like out most of their climaxes, then this kind of can feel bad. That is sort of just dependent on deck state. So it's sort of tough, and some of it's just going to be out of your control. However, I think the fact that it just, once you reveal however many climaxes you reveal and your opponent shuffles their deck, I like that it's just putting the cards straight into their clock. That means you could put climaxes there. You're not actually dealing damage. You are just putting cards from their deck into their clock. So solid enough overall. I do like it. It's hard to say like what my favorite level 3 combo in the set is, but I definitely don't dislike this one, and it's something that I do plan on testing at some point. Now that I've talked about this set, it did make me decide I do want to buy at least a play set and have some fun with it. Plus, I don't know who this girl is, but she looks really cool. Next up, we have this level 3 Saikano card, main heroine for you only, Megumi. If you heard me sigh when I introduced this card, that's because I really desperately wanted to like this card. This card was so close to being... I like Saikano. I like the show. I've bought into the 3 sets that we got for Saikano that are separate from Fujimi. I thought and still think that Saikano, maybe not its biggest weakness, but one of its biggest weaknesses right now is the fact that its finishers are all kind of boring. They don't really do a ton, or they require too much setup. And when I first like read this card, I actually thought that this card could like fix that problem, because you can use this Megumi in a regular Saikano deck. But there is a condition on this card that just absolutely kills it. So let's get into it. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a character. And notably, that character can be a Fantasia Bunko, or it can be a game character, which is helpful when you do, if you wanted to splash this into an actual Saikano deck, since everything in Saikano is game traded. So that's how they sort of, prep this so that you can move it around between series. You discard that character. If you do, you return the top card of your clock to your hand. Then its climax combo is when it attacks, if you have the door in your climax area, and your waiting room has 4 or more events, you may pay the cost, which is a ditch 2. If you do, you deal 1 damage to your opponent 2 times, and this card gets 2000 power until end of turn. Burn 1 twice is nothing crazy. It's been around for years. However, like, that should tell you just how desperately Saikano needed like some fresh blood for its level 3 combos, and something a little interesting, that I was like excited for this. I think what kills this card is the 4 or more events condition. In the Saikano series, this card reads like whoever designed it was told, you got to put Megumi, and Megumi is a popular character from Saikano. You got to put her in the set, and you got to give her like a prominent card that people are going to want. We're going to get a signature for it, and people are really going to want that in English, because the actual Saikano set in English, none of them have signatures, which is very disappointing. So this is a way for people to actually get, it's the only way for people in English to get a signed Megumi card. But whoever they put in charge of actually designing it seems to not have even taken a second to look at the Saikano set, because Saikano actually has a million events. The problem is, like, most of them suck, to be honest. Maybe they were good when Saikano first came out in Japan, I don't know, but by the time we got Saikano's English series in Weiss, they just were so outdated. There's like, they all, any event in Saikano itself is either outright bad, or it reads good until you realize that there is like a certain condition that you have to meet, and it's just like not really worth it for what it does. There's not just a ton of like, there's like one event that I liked. However, it sends itself to the bottom of the deck when you use it, which defeats the purpose, because you need 4 freaking events. 4 is a huge number. If we are just looking at this in a vacuum, within the confines of Fujimi, fortunately there are better events in Fujimi than there are in Saikano, and this is a Fujimi set overview, so I guess we should focus a bit more on that. Just from this set, there are more events in Fujimi Volume 2 than just these 3 events. However, when I was looking at events from Fujimi's Volume 1 and 2, mostly 2, I needed something that didn't cost stock, but also something that replenished itself. So I was really just looking for some sort of like something that grabs a character or something like that. Because if they are stuck if we have events in our hand and we need to get them into our waiting room, we can't discard them off of the effect of the Megumi for her on-play effect, because she must discard a character. She cannot discard any card. She cannot discard an event, which is so backwards to me. I have no idea why they did that. They could have said discard a character or an event. I think at that point, then you get dead events out of your hand, and you get them into your waiting room where they need to be to do this. But 4 is a lot. I think 3 would have already been pushing it, even though 3 would have been more acceptable. With needing 4 or more events in your waiting room to actually use this climax combo, you need to be playing some combination of like probably all of these events. You probably realistically need to be playing at least, I would say, 8 events, which sounds like a lot, and that's because it is a lot. But what's weird is, while the set has some event support, it's not necessarily built around events. But now if you're playing this combo, you do have to build your deck around events. Now, Fortunately, there are two good red events that honestly you could just throw 4 copies of each and just like call it a day, and then you're not messed up with colors. The first one is from set 2, and it is this Rios card that says it's named Summon Boobs, but like with 1,000 O's. I never finished High School DxD beyond those 2 episodes, but I got enough of a gist of it to know that that's basically what the show is about. And the event is actually not bad. If you don't have a character, you can't use it. And it can be played from your hand without fulfilling color requirements, which is nice. It's always nice to do that. And its effect is you can look at up to 4 cards from top of deck, pick a character, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. Super basic, but it's in a good color that meshes well with this. It also gives you mill in case you just need to go through your deck to get more copies of just events into your waiting room. But it is also, you're using it for no stock, which is important. You are digging through your deck a bit, getting more events in there, but it's also replacing itself. The Megami is a ditch too, so it would be really bad to be using an event that didn't replenish itself in hand, because ditch 2 is a lot. You need close to a full hand at the start of your turn to like really do it. Hold on, let me actually think about it. Yeah, with its, I mean, you start a turn with the full hand, you clock up to 9, 3 cards for the characters, you're down to 6. You actually need more than a full hand. You either need to hit if you want to triple this, between the climax combo, you actually need to, if you have a full hand and you triple this, you will have 5 cards in hand at the start of your attack phase. So you need to either trigger, or you will need to hit a brainstorm before you go to your attack phase. So hand is at a premium if you're using this. There is a card in the set that does give plus hand size, which is nice. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the set that really like generates you a ton of hand. There's no on attack. There's no climax combo that's like on attack, look it up to 3, add 3 characters that we get from other sets. But if the game's going really well for you and you're playing that plus hand size card that we'll look at later, I guess you could have a full hand and still do triple this. But this event's not bad. The Summon Boobs event, it just kind of stinks that you're kind of just like, I feel like if you're playing this Megami, you're kind of just forced to play this for multiple reasons. Frieren is a set that it's level 3 Frieren combo. One of them, it needs like multiple events in your waiting room to actually use its effect. And I think its effects are good. It's a very modular thing, but we never saw that of that specific Frieren combo actually ever do anything. And I think that's just because it's too easy to whiff on the event condition. And that is a set that just played a lot of events to begin with. And even within the confines of a set that was built around events, it was just too inconsistent, because if you whip on that condition, you don't do anything else. This just becomes a healer and an attacker. That is all it's doing. It's not like if it did something else, some sort of damage, but like it got bonus effects, if you had like 4 more events, then I could potentially be happy with this, depending on what those were. The fact that it just can't do anything whatsoever without that is just really, really, really frustrating. We do have this green event that is also a 1/0, which is important. All you do is when you use it, you pick a level X or lower character in your waiting room, and you add it to hand. X is equal to the number of copies of Peaceful Days Forever, Kanama, and something in your waiting room. I'm not even sure what that card is. It kind of doesn't matter. You kind of just, if you're playing this, you just need events, and by playing it, you get the event to your waiting room while still maintaining hand size, which is really what matters. There's this 1/0 blue event, which I actually think is pretty cool. Girl with Strange Wings. You choose one of the following effects and perform it. You put the top card of your deck into your stock, or you reveal the top card of your deck and you pick a level X or lower character from your waiting room and add it to hand. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. So it's just a Rico. I think, depending on what colors you're playing at level 1, the green is probably the worst. However, I really like the blue one, especially in the earlier game. It's nice to have the option to be able to just get some extra stock. But being a Rico is also nice. The set does have a character Rico, but like it could come up. It's still an event that, which is why it's important. And then the Rios Summon Boobs one is probably just the most versatile, just because it does give the deck speed, so it can help get extra events in waiting room. But that in and of itself can have its own problems. If it gets you closer to a refresh, that's also something you have to be mindful of, because if you refresh, then you won't have any events in your waiting room. It's just, if I sound frustrated and disappointed with this combo, it's because I do like Megumi a lot and I like Saikano. I wanted to play this, but I don't want to have to like jump through all of these hoops just to do a burn one twice. The reason why they put that 4 more event condition in there is because typically like burn one twices are like pay to ditch one. This has no stock requirement. It is heavy on hand, but has no stock requirement, and I think they were trying to balance it. I don't think they realized that it's not like 2020 anymore. We really don't need to balance burn one twice, especially in a set like Fujimi, which isn't going to set like the competitive world on fire anyway. There is another Rias event from set 1, which is in red. It's a red 1-0 that is just cigarettes. So mill 2, salvage X. X is equal to the level of the milled cards. So you could play 4 of that and 4 of this, or maybe the blue one. There are other events that are in the set, and they're actually not bad. Not all of them, but they don't replenish hand, or they cost stock. And it's not like they, cost a stock, but they get you back like 2 characters. It's not like that sort of event. So I didn't include them here, but they are also options for people who wanted, people who are real like Megami stands. I think this card works a lot better in pure Fujimi than it does trying to port her over to Saikano, because the events just aren't, you would just be playing like a bunch of dead cards essentially in Saikano, which would just be so annoying. But it was so close to greatness. Well, maybe not greatness, but greatness by Saikano standards. Still fine. Door is not a bad trigger. If you're willing to accept that sometimes you're going to have all the events you need in your waiting room, and then your opponent is just going to push you to a refresh right when you hit level 3, and now look what happens. You're just sort of done with the game. And you're just doing 3 vanilla swings and 3 heals. If you're okay with that, and you'll, probably okay with it because you like Megumi, not because you like burn one twice that much. But it is what it is. It's fine. I guess we'll move on. I think this is the last level 3 combo in the set. It is this De of Origin Mio. I took French, and that's how you pronounce it if that's a French word. I don't know if that's actually a French word or something else. Whatever it is. This is a character from Data Live, Mio. When it's placed on stage from hand, you look at up to 3 cards on the top of your deck, and you add any of them to hand, and then you put the rest to waiting room, and you pick one of your characters, and that character gets Celestial Spirit until end of turn. Celestial Spirit is one of the 2 dominant traits that is in Data Live. This is very important that it gives something Celestial Spirit because of the condition for her climax combo. Her climax combo is when she attacks, if you have the pants climax in your climax area, and all of your characters are either Fantasia, Bunko, or Date, you may pay the cost, which is discard a card from your hand, and then you put another Celestial Spirit character from your stage into your waiting room. If you do, this card gets 3,000 power until end of turn, and you deal 2 damage to your opponent. So it's very simple, it's just a burn 2. You're not spending any stock, which is nice. I would have to go double check Data Live. Not everything. I believe everything in Data Live, if you just look at those sets in a vacuum, everything is at least Date, and everything else would be Date and Celestial Spirit. So the fact that she sacks the Celestial Spirit is fine in Data Live, because it's either Celestial Spirit anyway, or she will be giving it Celestial Spirit. So they did this so that you could play this in a Data Live deck. I guess they could have just said sack a Celestial Spirit or a Fujimi character if they wanted. I don't think it really matters. They made it so that there are no restrictions with using this between either Fujimi or Data Live, which I like a lot. Ironically, I think this would be better in like Data Live than it would be in Fujimi because Fujimi just, it's fine that it's a burn two. There's nothing wrong with that. It does have its benefits. It's probably my favorite finisher in the set purely because I love Data Live and I like Mio. Um, but there are benefits of the fact that this is just a burn two. It is gaining 3,000 power, so it's 14k with a climax before any sort of assist. It digs for cards on play. It may not heal, which stinks, but it is digging three, which can help you get the climax, help you get more copies of itself, or it can help you grab other support pieces, like either of these events. And there are other cards you could be grabbing. It doesn't have to be this. There is the event that's pictured on the left, the no coming in between, that I think is from set one. It's a 3/4 yellow event where you pick two of your opponent's characters and they get -2 soul until the end of turn. And you send this card to memory. You could dig for this event, and because this Mio combo does not use any stock, you only need 7 stock up front to triple this Mio combo and then still have the stock necessary to use this event on your opponent's next turn. There's also this Demon Kane's Love event, which is a 2/0, so the stock doesn't really matter, but you could, it is an event that you can use during the counter step, which is important. This is more of like a tech card that's not good in every matchup, but the matchups it's good against can be very beneficial. You just pick one trait of a character on your opponent's stage, and all of your opponent's characters lose that trait until end of turn. This is very good against level 3 climax combos. Plenty of climax combos in the game. Some of them will say if you have like a certain number of characters, you can use the climax combo. There are plenty, though, that say if you have a certain amount of traded characters, then you get to do the climax combo. This just totally deletes that trait, whatever it is, from your opponent's board. Not only that, and this part's going to be a little more niche, but it doesn't actually choose the character, it just chooses a trait of a character. So if your opponent had some sort of board that can't be chosen, you can still choose the trait, and then it will still proceed to delete that trait from your opponent's board because you're not picking the opponent's character. It is niche, and it is also from set 1, but the fact that this Mio does dig, you can help dig to this, and if you're versing any sort of level 3 combo that requires traded characters in order to use it, well then you could just basically turn your opponent's level 3 turn into just 3 vanilla swings. If you are using this Mio in Data Live, there's like a Neg Soul event that you could be using as a defensive option that's only 3 stock, which you will have after swinging 3 times. If you triple this combo. So I like this combo. It looks really pretty. It's on a pants, so it's a good trigger. The Saka character might sound like a lot. However, there is a card in this set that is a Data Live set, so it can be transferred over to a pure Data Live deck if you want. That sort of mitigates that a bit. Is this 1/0 Sister of Affection Nia. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may look at the top card of your deck. If you do, put that card face down underneath this card as a marker. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you can look at up to 2 cards on the top of your opponent's deck. Put them on top of their deck in any order. This is really cool where like if you see a climax, you can now move it to the top so that you'll just get rid of it right away, and then you're still leaving at least 1 clean damage in your opponent's deck, which is pretty cool. It's niche, but it's nice that it has it. It's better that it has it than it doesn't have it. And during your turn, when this card is put into your waiting room from the stage, while it has a marker, if you have another character, you may return this card to its previous stage position as rest. So you play this card out. It's also a 1/0 with a soul trigger, by the way, which is pretty cool. So you play this card out, give it a marker. You don't have to worry about what card becomes the marker because you're just sacking it anyway, and it can put absolutely anything as a marker. It doesn't have to be a character, so it's not going to whiff. You use this Mio combo, you sack this Nia, you do the burn, and then you're able to bring this Nia right back. And then when you attack with the second Mio, you could then sack the Nia that you just brought back. So this is kind of like a really cheap, inexpensive way to not have to kill like most of your board in order to do triple Mio. One copy of this Nia satisfies two of the Mios, and then you could just sack whatever other character is in your backstage at that point. Or if you really have to, if you were like low on backstage, you could just sack the one of the Mios that's already attacked. Um, Good synergy between these two cards. Pretty sure the Nia was invented just to support this Mio, whether it's in Data Live by itself or in the context of Fujimi. I think like playing 8 pants for not being reasonable. There's a little bit of pants support we'll talk about later. It is not flashy by any means, this Mio combo, but it's the fact that it is digging for cards and it is stockless. The stockless part is probably more important than the fact that it is, just not healing or whatever. I think it's digging for cards, probably most notably. If you already have everything you need for the turn, it could be digging for the events that we talked about. There is also a 3-0 event in this set that just says discard 2 cards and burn 4. You could very easily, because this card is like replacing itself, you could dig for that event. And then it's not unrealistic to think that you could still do triple Mio combo and use one copy of that event because it is 0 stock. And have the hand to do all of that because it is still just a ditch one. So it's really not unreasonable. At that point, you just have a lot of versatility. Sure, if you want to go any of the routes I've suggested, you are playing like events, which I know I shat on a lot with the last card, but the difference is the last card we looked at needed the events. You do not need the events at all. The events just happen to have very good synergy with this combo because this card digs for cards, but it is also stockless, which is very, very important. If it cost any sort of stock to use, I don't think I would like it as much. But because it is stockless, because instead of paying a stock, you're sacking a character, that's what they did. You do have a lot more options, and those options can be defensive. They can also be offensive. It also means that if you're having a rough game, you can just brainstorm. You can do climax swappers. You can do whatever you need to spend your extra stock that you might have on. It's just a very efficient combo. It's not efficient in the way that like Maureen is efficient because it doesn't replenish a stock, but because it is so hand efficient, it reminds me a little bit of Maureen. Yes, Maureen giving a stock in addition to hand is important, but at the end of the day, both of these characters are sacking characters on your stage. You have utility in this between the events, whether you want to be offensive with events or defensive with the events. You do have stock swap, so it's just a very efficient combo. You have room to be very like modular with it. I think it's perfectly good in pure Data Live 2, which I'm excited about because we haven't gotten new Data Live cards in years, and they actually don't just have like a very cheap sort of just like burn 2. Everything is like either on a limited list or it's too expensive or it's an icy tail. There just isn't something that's just like just do a cheap burn 2. Nothing like that doesn't have some sort of caveat packed into it. So as a Data Live lover, I'm very excited that now I have something that I could use in the other decks. But I would use this in a pure Fujimi deck because I would not mind playing 8 pants. I think blue is a good color in the set. I think there's a good level 1 pants combo that I'm actually excited to talk about in the next slide. So I think 8 pants is good, and 8 pants pushes damage throughout the course of the game. Hopefully you're just slamming pants a lot. So I think between all the benefits you have going for you with this card, can make up for the fact that it's not the most explosive because it does enable you to just do different things. And I really like that about it. But that will be it for the level 3 combos. So there's like a good chunk. I would definitely say play any of these level 3 combos over any of the level 3 combos from set 1 because the ones from set 1 are just a little dated. A couple of them are like fine. Um, you know, they just sort of are what they are. I think this set though, while nothing screams like, oh, this is broken or this is crazy or buy a set for this level 3 combo. I think there are plenty of very, very solid, efficient combos that just help you not kill your opponent from like 2-0, but if you're playing the game well and you're dealing consistent damage, they can just help you get there. And I just like the sheer variety of what the combos do and how they enable you to do different things depending on what the combo is. We see a lot of really resource efficient combos, like the Mio or the 3-2 green one that lets you modulate how much damage you want to deal. So not like flashy combos, but super efficient, super cool, fun combos that I think are very, very good within the confines of Fujimi as a set, because Fujimi actually is pretty good when it comes to just building a really good shell of a deck. And I think we're going to see that a lot once we start talking about the level 0 cards, because we just have a lot of really cool cards to choose from that really help the consistency. And sometimes when a set has consistency, it doesn't need to have like Gura level finishers. It just needs to have competent finishers because the rest of the shell of the deck is so good. And I think this set really delivers in terms of just having competent finishers that are also efficient. Moving on to the level 1 combos for this set. Just like level 3, we only have a few to look at. This set is not reinventing the wheel when it comes to level 1 combos, but we still have several competent level 1 combo profiles that will help you get the job done. I'm going to get the one that I think is just objectively the worst out of the way, which is really disappointing because um, I can't. I don't remember this character too much, but I like her and the card is really nice. The art's like clean and she looks pretty and all that. So I wanted to like this card, and I just hated it after I read it. I don't know how else to say it. It's on a bar, so that's good. It's easy to loop, and you're going to need to loop this combo because like you got to plus somehow, and the combo's not doing it with one copy. When it's placed on stage from hand, if you have two or more other characters, it gets 2000 power until end of turn. That's already kind of bad, to be honest. Like, just let it have the power on play. Let it have it on attack. Let it have it on attack, but you need two other characters to do it. Why do you already need to have two other characters in order to get 2000 power? It's not like, if it was like an insane amount of power, fine, but it's only 65 with that 2k boost, then 75 with the climax. Why are we that's a normal amount of power for modern climax combo standards. Why do we have to add in some stupid condition to it? Like, I know people are going to say, oh, that should be really easy to do. You just got a couple of brainstorms. This is a level 1 combo. Sometimes the game just doesn't work out where, like, you're going to have a really big board. What's going to it's just annoying. I was gonna say what's gonna happen is that you'd play other copies of this and they're not all going to be able to gain the power, but it doesn't really matter because you can only use one climax combo of this per turn anyway, so it's sort of a moot point, a moot point. Sorry, it's getting late and I've been super distracted, so I'm rambling, but we're getting through this. Two set overviews just for future reference. For Bushiroad, they should not release two major sets on the same day. Having to do two set overview videos in the same week within 2 days of each other, no less, is like absolutely killing me. I already did the Eminence and Shadow one, um, which was like a 5-hour video plus all the prep and all that stuff. That's like a day of my life. And then this one, and I'm happy to do it because so far I'm really actually enjoying the set just from looking at the stuff and knowing what's to come. But God, I wish this combo was better. Anyway, at the end of this card's attack, if you have the bar climax, you may pay the cost. The cost is to reveal a copy of this level 1 combo in your hand, and then sack the bar climax. If you do, you pick one character in your waiting room, return it to hand, and you pick one character in your waiting room and you put it into your stock. I don't think this is good. I guess it's an uncommon combo for a reason. Not that you can't have like double rare combos that are bad. Happens all the time, but like this feels like such pack filler. I don't know why they wasted this character and this art on this combo because it's just so bad. Sure, we have level 1 combos that are on bars that came out in recent memory that don't require you to sack the combo, but they will give you characters to add to hand plus give you stock, or at the very at worst, they give you the chance to get a free stock, but like a pretty good chance too. They make you sack the climax, I guess, because like, you are getting hand and stock, but you also have to resonate a copy of itself, so you still need at least 2 copies, like, but you don't want to play your level 1 combo just to get back a single card from hand. If this card maybe let you add 2 characters to hand and then still gave you the stock, um, I might be okay with it. The thing is that you still need to be playing the game. You still need to be setting up for level 3. You still need to be getting cards to play for level 2. And your level 1 combo is supposed to help you do those things. The fact that like this just doesn't, 1 stock, you're gonna have to use that 1 stock just to brainstorm next turn, just to get hand, because you're not really getting much hand with this. You shouldn't be counting on triggering climaxes just to help maintain hand size. That is not a good effective strategy. I hate that. I have played plenty of climax combos that require you to sack the climax in order to do the climax combo, but like they let you do something better than this. They let you add more than 1 character. They just do more things. You know, the guaranteed 1 character and the guaranteed 1 stock just isn't enough, especially with the fact that you have. It still would have been bad if you just had to sack the climax, but the fact that you still need to get 2 copies of this just so that you could resonate one just really, really stinks. Like, you still have to hold on to one, and then you're gonna have to like Ricky for another. It's just disappointing. I wanted this to be better. Every time I saw this in Japanese, I never bothered. People post cards online to sell and stuff like that, and I saw this card frequently, and I always thought it looks beautiful, and I always wanted it, especially the SP. I just never bothered to look up what the set really did for the most part. I only looked up some Data Life cards, and the Megumi because I like Megumi, which I was also disappointed in. But the Megumi looks freaking miles better, even though it's a level 3 combo. It looks miles better than this crap. It just makes no sense to me. I don't know why they put all these restrictions. Even its power has a stupid restriction. It's possible that when I read this set, I missed some broken interaction that like some other card has with this. That is possible, and if so, I apologize if I am shitting on this card because there's some crazy interaction that I missed for this that totally makes up for the fact that you have to resonate a copy of itself and sack the climax. I would be perfectly okay if you just had to resonate this, but you didn't have to sack the climax. At least at that point, you could reasonably get 2 copies of this off. And at that point, you're getting back to hand, but you're getting 2 stock. Even if you have to double brainstorm, like it's still in a bar, that would be much better. I would be okay with that. Sacking the climax is what does it for me, because we've seen level 1 combos before that sack a climax. We have seen level 2 combos that come out at level 1 that sack a climax before. The difference is, for the most part, they will get you more than just 1 card to hand, and hand is like at level 1, hand starts being a premium because maybe you've had a couple turns at 0, you're tri-fielding 3 characters every turn or close to it. Hand is a more valuable resource at that point than stock is. Stock is a more valuable resource later in the game, but hand is a more valuable resource early in the game. And sacking the climax just to get back 1 of each just doesn't do it. I don't like it. Very disappointing because I wanted this card to be so much better. Next up, we have this Flower Garden Lily. She works on a choice climax. She gets 500 power for each of your other characters. So she is 6k with a full field, 6k cross turn, which is pretty nice. She's spy, and she kind of looks, though she doesn't, I don't think she's the same girl as the Mocha level 3 combo we looked at, but that one also mentioned spies, so I assume that they're from the same universe. She's very pretty. I like her hair. So she's already, just based on that and the fact that her power doesn't require you to have a certain number of characters on play, makes her infinitely better than the one we just looked at. And I actually forgot what her actual climax combo is. That's how much I dislike the one we just looked at. Anyway, rant over. When the choice climax is placed on your climax area, if she is in your center stage and you have three or more other characters, pick one of the following effects and perform it. Pick one character in your opponent's center stage and it gets minus 3,000 power until end of turn, or you could look at up to 5 cards from the top of your deck, pick up to one level 1 or higher card from among them, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, send the rest to waiting room. I think this is fine. Um, the minus 3,000 power effect is probably not going to come up too much, to be honest. It's something that, like, it's nice to have, but you're not going to use it a lot. But I do think it's good that you have it. You know, I have been playing a level 1 choice combo a lot with Makin. That one is also a look it up to 5. That one is look it up to 5 and add either a character or an event, which is actually kind of busted, and it's been busted in my testing. I love that combo so much. The only real difference is, like, this one isn't on attack, and it only adds level 1 or highers. Uh, I guess they did that because, like, it does have that other utility minus 3,000 sort of effect, which is going to randomly matter in some matchups. Um, I think it would have been nice if I could just grab any character or an event, like the Makin one. But overall, I actually do like this. I think it's fine. Level 1 or higher, it can still grab events, which most decks that I build for most sets, I'm really not playing events. Most sets just don't have a huge focus on events, and the events that are printed in them, either they don't mesh well with the decks I build, or they're good but not great, or they're just flat out bad. For the most part, there are some exceptions, of course, but this set does have actually good events in it. Surprisingly, I have been pleasantly surprised by the events in this set, and then a couple that were in Fujimi Volume 1. So I think the fact that it can grab events, it just misses out on level 0 characters, you know, but you're looking at up to 5. You're going to see some level 1 or higher card among those 5. 5 is a good number to look at. We've seen Top Check 4 a ton on level 1 combos. I think Top Check 5, though, shouldn't make as big of a difference as it actually does, but from my testing with the Top Check 5 Makin combo, it actually is a really big difference. Sometimes every card counts, especially if you're in a bad deck state and just need to burn through your deck. So having a card that can cycle through potentially 6 cards, you know, when you factor in the trigger from its attack, I think is just really invaluable. I still would have liked if it could just grab like any character event like Makin, but it's fine. Some people might make the argument that, like, it kind of stinks that it's on climax placement instead of like on attack. I would have preferred if it was on attack, to be honest, but, like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's still fine. I think 3 or more characters is you should be able to do it. You're gonna have a random game if you're playing this where, like, you are bleeding hand and you are only going to have like 3 characters to attack with and nothing else. But most games you'll have the 3 characters you're going to attack with, and you will have something that can just be in your back row. At that point, you meet the condition, it's fine. Overall, I do like it. It's on a good trigger, and yeah, you know, she's pretty too. That's nice. Maybe I'll interact with whatever her show or manga or whatever it is. Next we have this wanting to like anisphia and euphilia, hopefully. When it attacks, if you have the climax, which is a pants climax, in your climax area, and you have 2 or more other characters, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, pick a character, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. Super standard. That effect's been around for so many years now. Nothing wrong with it. It's not the most exciting thing, I'll give you that. But after seeing the level 1 bar combo, I promised I wouldn't bring it up again, but, you know, could guess what I would say. It's fine. It's on pants. Pants is good in this set. I like blue in this set. Nice art. It's an inoffensive combo. There are people who nowadays do shit on just a top check 4 ad. But it's on pants, so it's easy to loop, and it gives you deck speed. It lets you add any character. Sometimes that's really all you need. To be honest, at level 1, that really is that you need. So that's fine. Plus, when it attacks, this is not tied to the climax combo. When it attacks, you choose one of your characters. It can be itself, and you give it 1500 power until end of turn. I kind of like that. It is a little weak even if you give itself the power. I won't lie that like with the climax, it's only if you give itself the power with the climax, it's only 65. That is weak by modern level 1 standards. A few years ago, 65 would have been the standard, but power levels on level 1 combos have been going up recently. So it is on the weaker side, but I think they did that because you can give the power anywhere. Sometimes you will be in matchups where like you just need to kill some problematic thing on your opponent's board that is sitting big. So it's nice to be able to have that versatility to just give that power to something else. Plus, this is a trial deck combo, which I forgot to mention. For a trial deck combo, being on a good trigger like pants, they could have just made this book if they wanted. A lot of trial deck combos get like weird triggers or worse triggers, but like it's on pants. The giving power anywhere is nice. The deck speed is nice. It's just good enough for what it sets out to do. And the art's nice. Next, we have this. This victory is for me, Lena. She is actually one of the secret rares for the set. The set has 5 secret rares, and she is one of them. No idea what she's from, but her art is nice. She gets 500 power for each of your other characters. So if you have a full board, she is 5,500. So 65 with the climax, which is again kind of weak. This is a double rare. You would expect it to have a little bit more power. It is what it is. This is actually the second time that I have read this profile this week on a level 1 combo. The first time being Eminence in that set overview, except that was on a bar, but this is identical to that. Outside of that, when it attacks, if you have the climax, which is a door climax, in your climax area, choose up to 1 level 0 a lower character in your opponent's backstage, put it into their waiting room, then you reveal the top card of your deck, and if it's an insatiable appetite or a character, add it to hand. This combo is fine. Probably didn't need to be a secret, to be honest, but it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I do like this combo. I'll say it again, like I did in my other video, that we've seen this before with the Malim from Slime Volume 3 had this exact thing, but on a door, though I think that one was a little bit bigger, to be honest. Plus, she had a searcher for her that was stockless, which was nice. But we've seen it in Kenshin, except it was on pants, did the same thing. We've seen it most recently in Eminence, which has it on a bar combo. That's what I can think of off the top of my head for English that has this profile. It's not a bad profile. I like that it also hits on that event, so it's not whiffing on that. I think it's perfectly fine being able to play around with your opponent's back row. I think most people, this combo doesn't really maximize its potential if your opponent knows what it does and they play around it. And they play around it by just not putting something in their backstage, like their brainstorm. They wait until you've done your level 1 combo. My guess is that the majority of Weiss players are not going to know what this combo does. So they're not going to be thinking, let me not play out my brainstorm to my back row. If they clean cut something, they're not going to be thinking, let me not leave it there. If your opponent knows it, they can play around it. They can play around it pretty easily. But most people won't. And I'm not saying that I endorse counting on your opponent not knowing what your cards do ahead of time in order to maximize how good your cards are, but that is a reality of the game. In other games like something like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, because so many people are playing just so few decks, once you get to competitive levels, most people pretty much know what like every card does and are intimately familiar with it and how to counter it. Weiss, and this is something that I love about Weiss, is so broad and so huge, and there's so many different types of decks and so many sets. And the metas are, and just by the nature of the game, metas, while they always have a select few top decks, they have plenty of decks that can always top. Maybe not ever anything could top, but so many different options are available and so many different combos, and so many different sorts of things. You don't always need to be like maximizing and having the absolute best deck possible. And because Weiss is a game like that, I think it's reasonable to assume that a lot of opponents that you are going to face when you start the game and they see that you're playing Fujimi, they're not going to immediately think, oh, I better, just in case, I better prepare in case he's playing the Lena level 1 combo, better not leave a back row. I think they're probably just not going to know it like Fujimi does, to be honest. And even if they are familiar with Fujimi, they may not know you're playing it right away. They may forget about it. Weiss is just a game like that, where with something that is kind of obscure like this, in a set that is going to be a popular set. I'm not shitting on Fujimi Volume 2 and thinking that it's not going to be popular. But, it's not popular in the same way that, like, Eminence is turning out to be, or Oshinoko, or Nikkei, or Azure Lane. And even then, there are plenty of people who don't know what those cards do. I think this card can do well because Weiss happens to be a game like that. Not that I'm going to like rate it or rate it better just because of that fact, but it is a fact about the game to be aware of. I've been in the game for years, and I'm constantly having to ask my opponents what their cards do because I don't know every card that exists in the game. And Weiss does have a lot of versatility when it comes to deck building when compared to other games. So I think this combo is perfectly fine. My only real complaint about it is that I think it is too weak. I really would have liked if it was a little stronger. It does really need like a full board, honestly, to like maximize its power, just to compete with like weaker level 1 combos, which is a little disappointing. Its actual effect is fine. It's really the power that is like an issue for me. And even then, it is what it is, you just deal with it. Next up, we have this 1-0 blue combo. She's on a pants. During your turn, she gets 4,000 power, so she's 8k with the climax, 7k just on her own during your turn. So finally, we start getting some level 1 combos with some reasonable power that don't have to meet some stupid condition for it. When she attacks, if you have the pants climax in your climax area and you have 3 or more other characters and there's an event in your waiting room, you put the top card of your deck into your waiting room and then you choose up to 1 level X or lower character in your waiting room and you return it to hand. If the card put into your waiting room by this effect is a level 0 or lower character, draw up to 1 card. Also, X is equal to the level of the card put into your waiting room by this effect. So it's like a cigarette's effect, except it's like cigarette because you only mill the 1. But I like this card a lot. I like that it's on pants. That's really good. Um, it has a good power. 8,000 power is good for level 1. I like that it has a chance and a really good chance to just like double plus you. If people are going to make the argument that, like, yes, you're only milling 1 card, so it is totally possible that you are just milling a 0 and salvaging a level 0, which I will agree is not necessarily the best. However, the card does try to make up for that by, if you do mill a level 0 character, not a climax, but a character, you do get to draw a card just for free. You don't have to do anything else to do it. So, like, if the worst happens, or arguably the second worst, which would be to mill a level 0 character, the worst would probably be just milling a climax. But if you do mill a level 0 character, at least you do get something else out of it. You are going plus on hand, which is nice. So mill 2 on this sort of thing would up your chances of being able to add a higher level character. But I think because it has that, potential draw in there, and then I think that makes up for it. I'm fine that this is a double rare. I recognize the name Sistine from set one. She had some interesting cards. I'm actually excited to build this and do like 8 pants within the confines of Fujimi, because I do like this combo. And I haven't tested this combo. It could wind up being like a pile of dog doo doo. Um, but I think it's going to be fine. Just at face value, I'm not going to be building Fujimi because I plan on taking it to a regional or something. I just want to have a deck that has some stunning art and just play with some really good looking cards that like are from series I have never heard of. And if it gets me into those series, well, that's just like a really, really nice bonus. But overall, solid card. I think this is the last level 1 combo in the set. It is this Driven Maiden in Love Kurumi. She is a 1/0 with a soul trigger. Just take note of that. That's pretty cool. She works on a choice climax. During your turn, she gets 5,000 power, which is sorely needed because her base power is only 1,500, which, to be honest, is kind of bad. But when she attacks, if you have the choice climax and you have 3 or more other characters, mill up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, and then choose a level X or lower character in your waiting room, return it to hand, and she gets 500 power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of cards, not characters, but cards, with a soul trigger in their trigger icon that were put into the waiting room by this effect. So this is just like the 1/0 choice combo from Hololive that was very, very popular. It's getting late, so I am blanking on her name, even though I have played against that 1/0 from Hololive a million times in my life, including multiple times at regionals, and I like the combo. Oh, Callie. I think her name is Callie. Yeah, so this is like that. Only real difference is that like she's really weak on your turn. Like she's ridiculously weak. I don't know why. Like she couldn't even. I mean, sorry, she's weak on your opponent's turn. On your turn, she's like stronger. But like on your opponent's turn, there's like a lot of level zeros that could like just crash over this thing, which is the only part about this card that I don't like, to be honest. I like this card. I think this is a good combo. Find that it's a double rare. I love that it's on a Kurumi from Data Live. Kurumi is the second best girl from Data Live. I plan on buying this card so that I can use it in my Data Live decks. I would use it in a Fujimi deck. I don't think there's anything wrong with using this in a Fujimi deck. I kind of really am just excited to test out that pants level 1 combo that we just looked at. But like this is perfectly fine too. Choice is a good trigger. Being a 1/0 that has a choice, a soul trigger in its icon is really good on a choice. Being able to grab back your level 1 combo when you trigger a choice just feels like really nice. It would be really fun to do some combination of like choice pants so that like you can be triggering your choices. I mean, you don't want to be triggering climaxes all the time, but like if you had to be triggering your climaxes, you trigger a choice and you grab back a copy of this, and then you trigger a pants and you get back a copy of your choice combo, choice climax, and you just start like looping this a little bit. Plus, I really like the like optional deck speed. I like that it's up to 4, which to be honest, most things will be some variation of they'll usually say up to however many cards they look at. Um, but like I like that you can stop if you want. Being able to go through your deck while still salvaging is nice. Soul triggers is nice. Even though yes, it can encourage you to feel like you're forced more to play like a level 3 combo that does have a soul trigger on its climax, so that you're not just like whiffing on bar climaxes and not maximizing the effect of this. But it's not really a problem with the Callie from Hololive. I don't see it being a problem with this. People love Kurumi. Kurumi's, she may be my second favorite from Data Live, but she's most people's favorite from Data Live. There's a good reason for that. She is pretty awesome, so I'm super excited to play this in both Fujimi and Data Live. I think a lot of people are going to play her just because she's Kurumi, but also she is very solid. Only real complaint is that she is so unbearably weak on your opponent's turn. I don't know why they distributed the power the way that they did. On your turn with the climax combo, she will be 8k, which is after you actually use your climax combo and with the climax, so that is nice. I just wish that maybe they had distributed the power a little bit differently, you know, like make her 3k base power, and then still make it so that she could be 8k between all of her other buffs. Just like change how the power is distributed. Would have preferred that a little bit, but still a very solid combo. And that will be it for the level 1 combos for the set. Nothing reinvents the wheel here. We do have that one bad bar combo, but everything else is like perfectly fine. You get deck speed with pretty much everything. I like that the pants combo does have the option to like double plus you. That is really cool. We've got good triggers all around. Solid level 1 lineup. Most likely, my guess is that if you're playing Fujimi, unless you have like a real like loyalty to a certain character that's on a level 1 climax combo from set 1, you are more likely to just pick a level 1 climax combo from this set. And I think that's perfectly valid because most of them are very, very, very fine. Moving on to the other climax combos in the set. um, Level 1 and level 3 climax combos are generally, in most sets, including this one, the big heavy hitter climax combos for the set. But this set does have climax combos at level 0 as well as one at level 2. So I'm just going to cover them. Even though level 0 combos generally are not that great. Especially after like Elizabeth from Seven Deadly Sins just dominated the meta for a good long while. They have been pretty careful to not print really busted level 0 plussing combos. And this first one is no different. As a friend and ally, Kaname and Talitha, from whatever they're from. Nice art, but pretty bad climax combo. When a climax is placed on your climax area, pick one of your characters, and that character gets 1500 power until end of turn, which isn't terrible. She does work on a bar climax for her bar combo. Her climax combo is when the bar climax is placed in your climax area, if you have two or more other characters, choose one of your characters and it gets the following ability until end of turn. When it attacks, perform a trigger check 2 times on the trigger step. So this does stock charge you, which isn't necessarily bad. You know, it's not. I guess I was a little too harsh at the beginning when I said it's bad. It's fine. I don't love it personally. Um, you could plop 2 of these in the back row, and then just like give 2 characters trigger check twice. Notably, it's not like a pay 1 twin drive. It is just straight up trigger check twice, so you are generating stock. I just don't like that if you stack it. Like, it's really easy to bury your climaxes. I have played a level 0 stock charging combo before from Kaguya. Set 2 of Kaguya, Love is War, has a door level 0 that its climax combo is when you play the climax, you can stock any character from your waiting room. The reason why I love that combo, and like I think this is just like meh, it's not terrible, but it has weaknesses that like that Kaguya doesn't have, is because the Kaguya is very selective in what's going there. Sure, it doesn't have deck speed, but it's putting any character you want, like any unwanted character that you no longer want, from your waiting room into your stock. It's doing it before attacks. It means that you're building all that stock without having to trigger that stock, so you're not at risk. You're not at more risk of triggering extra climaxes than you would have just to get that plus. Plus, that Kaguya combo, and this is just an example, I'm not like, just to give an example of what this sort of combo could be if they allowed it to be. That Kaguya combo is also a pay 1 rest itself top check 3 brainstorm, which is fantastic. First of all, top check 3 brainstorms are great. I love them to death. Very solid brainstorms, great tech pieces. But having a good level 0 resource generating combo that is also tied to a very good brainstorm is just really, really solid. This is not tied to a brainstorm. This is tied to just a little bit of power. I guess it's not a little. 1500 isn't any, it's not nothing to sneeze at. It's fine. But I just don't like that. Like, if you do plop it in the back row, well, now you don't have brainstorms. Um, I, there is a brainstorm that does rest two in the set, but it only hits on pants climaxes, and this is on a bar. So, like, if there was just a brainstorm that let you rest any two, and then, you could just do brainstorm stuff that wasn't restricted to just pants climaxes, maybe you could make this work. I don't know. Getting extra stock is never a bad thing, but because you're not generating hand, you're going to have to use that extra stock just to brainstorm anyway, but these are probably in your back row, ideally, I guess. So, like, where your brainstorm is supposed to go, it's just like whatever. Um, we've also seen like a bar stock charging combo from like Azure Lane Volume 1. That's on a bar. What's the difference though? That one was good. That one saw play. It saw a lot of play when it was just Azure Lane Volume 1. Because when you play the bar, you get to bounce it back to your hand, and then you get to stock a character from your waiting room. It is also a pay one, rest itself, top check 3 brainstorm. You're seeing like a pattern here. It's really good. Level 0 combos are often not that great, but they're really good when they generate you resources and are also brainstorms. At the very least, they have to be doing something else that's more than just giving power. So, it is what it is. Could be better. Art is nice though. Next, we have this Reforging Destiny Megumi from Saikano. All of your characters in your backstage get the following ability. This card cannot be chosen by your opponent's effects. This is actually kind of an interesting effect. It'd still be nice if like it had like a brainstorm attached to it, or something else like that, in addition to the can't be chosen effect. But that is pretty good. Gives it to everything, including itself. If it's in the back row. Um, Saikano doesn't really have much to like support standby, even though they do have standby. It's just not very good. But this set has like some really good standby actually. That's, not counting the level 3 standby we've already looked at. So like it would be interesting to like be standbying stuff out, and you've just got like a copy of this and you're attacking with it, and like your opponent can't do anything to the standby targets you brought out in the back row, even though that's super niche, so I doubt anyone's ever going to use it that way. Anyway, the actual climax combo is at the beginning of the encore step. You may pay the cost, which is to sack the bar climax. If you do, you pick one character in your waiting room and add it to hand. For level 0, it's fine. For level 0 climax combo, I know I shat on the level 1 bar combo that basically does the same thing, but the difference is that's level 1 combo. It's supposed to be plusing more. Level 0s often sack the climax, but like they're level 0s, you can do them earlier, whatever, it's fine. Also, this one doesn't need to resonate a copy of itself in order to use it. Um, you know, that's a big plus too. Having to the level 1 needing to resonate kind of really stinks. I don't think this is a good combo. But it's fine. It's mostly not good because you have to sack the climax. If you could just salvage something, that would be kind of busted. Um, but it's whatever. I don't think anyone's gonna use it, but it exists. Next, we have this hidden ambition. Um, I'll just call her Alice. I don't know how to pronounce the second half of her name. When the climax is placed in your climax area, the climax, notably for this, it's not choice. It is a stock soul climax, a traditional stock soul. So you just when you play the climax, you put a level 1 or lower character from your waiting room into your stock, and then you give the soul. When the stock soul climax is placed into your climax area, if you have 2 or more other characters, pick one of your characters and it gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, search your deck for up to one character, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, and shuffle your deck. It also has another effect where you can pay 1, ditch 1, rest this card, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, add 1 to hand, put the rest to waiting room. I think this card is definitely the best out of the level 0 combos that we have seen so far. It feels like it's a far fairer version of the Elizabeth from Seven Deadly Sins. It's not a brainstorm, but it does have a way to like give you a 3 cards worth of deck speed while also sort of guaranteeing it all for one stock. Yes, brainstorms don't cost you any hand to use, and this does need hand, but it is grabbing any card. It's not restricted to characters, which is nice, being able to potentially grab events or climaxes. Being on a stock soul for a level 0, I do actually like more than playing stock souls at other levels. And I think its actual climax combo, considering it has the second effect that is not tied to the climax combo, I think it's good enough. Being able to give it to anything, you could plop 2 of these in the back row. You can give both effects to one character, stack it on something that you know is going to get a reverse. You're still plussing that way. If you use some sort of stock soul pants, like Seven Deadly Sins did forever, it's easy enough to loop this. I love the art on the card too. I have no idea who she is, but like she's very intimidating. But it looks nice, and I don't. Fujimi doesn't really see much, or it doesn't top a lot, I should say, in Japan. So it's kind of tough to like gauge what they are playing when they are topping, because they're not really topping there with it. I can't imagine this is like too popular, but I don't actually dislike it. Like, I'm really tempted to try to recreate Seven Deadly Sins and go for some like stock soul pants shenanigans with the stock soul being at level 0. That's a really great way to build stock early. And you just got to throw in some like, generic level 1 yellows that get some sort of reverse, that have a little bit of power behind them. And then you're getting very selective deck searching and deck thinning, and you still have the optional, pay 1, rest itself, discard 1 to grab something from the top 2 cards of your deck. It's not as good as a brainstorm, but still decent enough. I do not dislike this combo. I think it actually, is something that is fun, and you could play around with it a little bit. Next, we have this Sworn Partners Rias from High School DxD. This is actually a level 0 combo that I really like, and I don't care for High School DxD at all, but I will say Rias is very pretty, and I'm happy that she found her clothing for this card. That's pretty rare for her. But her first effect is when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a character. If you do, draw a card. That is really, really good because she works on a standby, so that gives you hand filtering. It's even better because her actual standby climax combo requires that for cost you bounce her back to hand. Which means that it's really easy to be looping that first effect, which gives you just so much hand fixing and hand filtering that it's kind of insane. Her actual standby climax combo is when you play the standby climax, you bounce this Rias back to your hand. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck, and if it's a character, you add it to hand. I think this is a very, very solid level 0 combo. It really only works because it's on standby. But I think most standby combos don't really plus you in terms of hand advantage. It's more like just building these big boards and maintaining them, and then you like derive your advantage. Like, you sculpt your hands through other ways. I like that even though it's not super selective and it does miss on events and climaxes. You could play this and you don't need to be playing events, or you don't need to be playing that many events. You obviously need to be playing climaxes. But I still think this is very solid because it's standby. Bouncing back to hand frees up a slot in your backstage, so that you could play a standby. You're still potentially plussing with this. You are able to then, like, do the whole ditch draw thing the next turn because you bounce this back to hand. I think for a level 0 standby profile, this is actually very, very solid. Standby in this set has like enough going for it where like it's fine. I think it is missing out on like a real top end, to be honest, but there are a couple of off finishers you could be playing that I think are like good enough, and I think that's what this card is like. Well, actually, no, I think it's more than good enough. I think for a level 0 standby, very solid. They designed it really well. For a level 0 standby, I can't really think of any more that they could have done for it without it being like unfair. I think this is the last other climax combo we're going to be looking at. It is another standby combo, one I'm actually very excited to get because it's Data Live, which needed another standby combo. It's a 2-2 that says if all of your characters are Fantasia, Bunko, or Date, so it works within Fujimi, it also works within Data Live. It gets 2500 power cross turn and Hand Encore, which is really nice. And then its standby climax combo is at the beginning of your attack phase, you may pay the cost, which is to sack the climax. If you do, stand this card. We have seen this profile on 2-2 standby targets before. We've seen it with Nino. We saw it recently with Eminence. They've been doing it a lot. It's very standard. I will say this is a little weak, but I guess it maintains its power cross turn. So it's not as big as something like the 2-2 Nino from Quince, which on your turn it's gaining 5k, so it's at like 12k or 13k the turn you burn it out and stand it with the standby. But this one is like bigger cross turn, since that one goes down to 7k, 7k to 8k depending. So this, I think I probably would have rather it just gain like a full 5,000 on your return, but it's still fine. I don't mind this card at all. I think like if I was building 8 standby with Fujimi, I would just do the level 0 Rias we just looked at, and I would play this. And then I would just play like all finishers and utility stuff for level 3, rather than playing the level 3 actual standby combo that we looked at to begin with. I think this is perfectly fine. This card probably matters more in pure Data Live than it matters in Fujimi, just because Data Live needs a little bit of a boost, especially when it comes to standby. But still, within the confines of Fujimi, I like that as long as you've got a climax in your hand, you're either doing the Rias or you're doing this, and that's like good enough, I think. I think if you just are able to just get out these big standby targets early and just start walling up and forcing your opponent to crash, you start getting more directs. That's where you get your soul, because standbys don't give soul. And then you just start slowly but surely gaining advantage that way. I think Fujimi does standby better than most sets we've gotten recently. Like recently in English, we did get Oshinoko Volume 2, which has some cool standby stuff going for it, that I think is a little underrated. But like, Eminence kind of dropped the ball on standby despite how many standbys they printed. Fairy Tale doesn't have good standby stuff going for it. Keen's standby it only has one standby and it's not that great. I'm just thinking of 2026 cards. Dan standby package was okay, not amazing, but interesting, I guess. And then Girls Band Cry didn't have standby whatsoever. So I think, compared to the other sets we've gotten in 2026, the standby package as a whole, between the combos plus just the generic standby sort of shenanigans you expect to see in a set that has standby, I think Fujimi does it well enough. There is a standby combo that you could pull from set 1 that I know a lot of people like or remember fondly, and has like topped more in the last few years than you would expect something that old to top, and I'm always surprised like the one time a season I do see it top. But there's some good stuff for it. This is really good, mostly because I know how valuable it will be to Data Live. But yeah, that is it for the other climax combos that aren't levels 1 and 3. We've got some stuff that's like not amazing, but like it exists and it does fulfill like a certain niche, I guess, for certain players that want to do certain things, or just maybe like certain characters. A couple that we talked at the beginning weren't amazing, but like they could have been worse, and they're fine. They're not competitive, but like for people who like those characters, it's fine. The stock soul level 0, I think, is like has some potential. It's never going to be like crazy big meta like the way that the Elizabeth stock soul level 0 combo was. But Sin's just had different things sort of going for it. Still think it's fine. I think I'm surprised that like the level 0 combos are as good as they wound up being, even if like a couple of them really could have been better, just because level 0 combos tend to just be like flat out inarguably bad. We have seen level 0 combos in recent sets that are literally like delete the trait on an opponent's character. That's your whole level 0 combo. Or give something 2000 power. Just things that are objectively bad. At least the ones in this set do plus you in some way, shape, or form. Um, the bar one being like maybe the weakest, just because you could trigger a whole bunch of climaxes, and that kind of stinks. And the Megami only grabs you back one character, but the stock stole is interesting for sure. I want to build something with it and just have a little bit of fun with that. And the Rios level 0 standby, I think, is a standout. That is actually phenomenal. That is very, very solid overall. So while I don't think most people are going to be playing level 0 combos from the set unless they're playing like 8 standby with the Rios, and because it's Rios, people will be playing it, I think it's fine because that Rios is actually pretty good. And I think the Kurumi Toka combo, level 2 standby combo, is very solid, and I cannot wait to pick that up so I can finally do something great with it. Next up, we are going to discuss the notable level zeros for this set. As always, not going to rank or review every single level 0 in this set. Just going to look at the ones that stood out to me. Not everyone is necessarily going to be the most broken thing ever, but there were a surprising amount of zeros in this set that just really stood out to me. I think the level 0 game in Fujimi Volume 2 has a very, very wide variety of zeros that, while some of them you could argue are like really exceptional, and we'll talk about those, there's just so many that are just very solid all around. This is the second set overview video that I've done this week, and the other one was Eminence. And when I was covering that, it was good, but it was just a lot less because so many zeros like in that set, and it's a set that I like. But like a lot of sets, a lot of the zeros kind of just feel like filler. A lot of cards at every level sort of just feel like filler, especially those 0 and 1. So many sets just get these level 0 things that are just like on attack give something 500 power. It's 1,000 power, but it's a frontal assist for 500. Just random profiles that really no one's ever going to play, that really aren't too exceptional, that sort of thing. But in this set, there are a lot of really unique things, different colors, different goals in mind. They fit different play styles, preferences, metas, etc., etc. So this will definitely be the longest level 0 discussion that I've ever had for a set so far, which I think is a good thing. It shows that they could have just easily just printed a bunch of things that we've seen a million times before that don't do anything special or further the game, and that no one would ever sleeve up into a deck unless they were really dead set on just building a deck that was just full of the like worst commons you could find, essentially. But without further ado, let's get started. First, we have this 1+1 equals love Guri. During her turn, she gets 1,000 power. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from top of the deck. Choose up to 1 event from among them. Add it to hand. Put the rest to waiting room. And then if you put a card into your hand, discard a card. This is very simple. We have seen this profile before. It's not anything that's new. However, not every set gets it. Not even every set that has like an emphasis on events gets it. I like that she's 3k power in your turn. That's actually very respectable for something that has this effect. And because Fujimi does actually have good events that you could be playing, and as we've discussed before, there are some combos that will just require you to be playing events. I think it's really great that this set does have it. Not only does it have this sort of dig for an event card, but it's also a respectable level 0 to attack with on your turn. 3k will get over most level 0s your opponent's going to throw up, at least tie with them. It's still stockless deck speed. And in certain sort of decks that you're building, just digging through your deck a little bit just to even get the events into your waiting room is very strong. I am always frustrated most of the time, if we're being honest, when Bushiroad makes a set. Most sets are going to have events. They're usually not that great, to be honest. It's clear when Bushiroad builds sort of sets around the idea of playing certain events. Like something like Denmachi, the most meta build for that was always this build that would run like 12 events in it or so. And everything in that set sort of just supported that whole idea of that. While the pure synergy of this set when it comes to the events doesn't really match something like Denmachi because everything was designed to like work around this whole massive event package. Um, and these wall good events that are in this set, it's not like they necessarily have synergy. They're just good cards you could throw in a deck. So something like this is really, really nice. So that way you're not just stuck having to hard draw your events or just holding on to them for the whole game, that sort of thing. Next up, we have this 5 minutes of intense battle, something versus Sosuke or Sanosuke. Put one card from your hand into waiting room. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay that cost. If you do, you pick a character in your clock and you return it to your hand and you put the top card of your deck into your clock. It is also a level 0 clock bomb. So when it becomes reversed, if its battle opponent is level 0 or lower, you may put the top card of your opponent's clock into their waiting room and then send the battle opponent to their clock. The second, actually, both of these effects are very standard. We see both of these sorts of effects all the time. Most sets will get either one or multiple level 0 bombs, and depending on the color, they will send their level 0 opponent to different places. We also get plenty of sets that have that sort of on play ditch one, grab something from your clock, and then put the top card of your deck into your clock. I like that this profile is just on one card. Both of these profiles are on one card. While this is not necessarily something that's going to make its way into every single deck or even most decks, I think it's a really solid option. There are people that really enjoy this profile. I think something like this is good when we're in a format where you have top decks that are very reliant on having level zeros hit their waiting room in order to like gain some sort of advantage. There's always in every format there's always cards that are like that, and then sometimes we just have formats where that's more prevalent. So the second effect, the clock bomb effect, that is just generic good stuff, and sometimes it's even better depending on the format. And the first effect is something that can be relevant throughout the course of the game. So not a bad card, not flashy at all, but just combining those two effects, I do really like that. Next, we have a Brief Respite Eve. If all of your characters are Fantasia, Bunko, or Magic, she gets 1,000 power. That is cross turn. So she will be 3k cross turn. And when she attacks, you may reveal up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. If you revealed one or more cards, pick up to 1 character from among them, add it to your hand, send the rest to waiting room, and then discard a card. I think this is like really interesting. Of course, this would just be better on play, but if it was on play, honestly, it would be insane if it was on play. I think the fact that it is still a very solid level 0 beater, it is good when it's tied with this effect. Very often when we see Bushiroad print these sort of really good utility cards that help you like dig and help you grab pieces without having to pay stock, especially, a lot of the time they're going to be kind of like weak. I've seen plenty of profiles that, while not this profile, are similar to this profile, but they'll be like 500 power, they'll be 1,000 power. The fact that this is just 3k cross turn and it has a really good on attack effect, very, very solid overall. It keeps its value throughout the course of the game. It provides selective deck speed. It's a great way to, 3 is like not the highest number you could look at, but it's a very fair number for what it does. Especially, we have had plenty of cards, especially recently, within like I'd say like the last year or so of Weiss, maybe a bit longer, in English at least, where it will be on attack, discard a card, look at top 4, and grab a character. So there are those sorts of cards that will look at one additional card. The difference is you have to pay the cost up front. And sometimes, you're just in a position with your hand where like you don't really want to do that. You're not quite sure what you're going to see off of those top cards. So I like that by sacrificing one card that you get to look at, you don't have to pay the cost up front. You are going to discard at some point. That is going to happen. But the fact that if you look at those three cards and you don't see something that you actually want, you can just grab whatever and then discard it immediately. There's nothing that says you have to keep it in your hand, as opposed to maybe getting rid of something that you do want for the chance that you will see something that you might want on the top check. So I think this is a very solid profile. It's pretty cool that it's double rare. I see why. Just a solid card overall. I do actually like it a lot. Next, we have this all-out appeal, Akano, something like that. I have no idea what her appeal would be. I haven't watched High School DxD. But when a climax is placed on your climax area, you may pay the cost, which is to bounce this character to your hand. If you do, you choose up to 2 of your characters, and they get the following ability until end of turn. When this character attacks, look at up to 2 cards on top of deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of your deck, and put the rest into your waiting room. I think this is something that could be good in plenty of decks, but I think in standby it obviously has a bit more synergy. Bouncing back to hand is good. It frees up a slot on stage for in case you trigger standby or just flat out play a standby. It's also giving in standby. Top check 2 is very important on attack because when you play a standby, you're not giving soul to your characters. So a lot of standby decks in the modern game, they sort of struggle to maintain the same amount of soul output that a traditional 1k1 deck is putting out. This gives 2 characters the ability to top check, and of course you might not see a soul trigger, or you might not see a soul trigger that you actually want to trigger. But in a standby deck, you're playing a lot of soul triggers. It's just a way to give a minor, very minor, minuscule, but not negligible amount of deck speed, while also setting up your triggers. And I think that is very good. The fact that it gives it to 2 characters, I think, is a good example of power creep. We have seen this sort of profile before, but it only gives it to 1 character. I think giving it to 2 characters is just absolutely phenomenal. It's super generic. I think 8 standby has like some potential because of the level 0 Rias standby combo, which I really do like. And there are a couple of decent off finishers in the set. If you don't want to play the level 3 standby combo that we looked at. But I think this is just very, very solid support for mostly standby, but it can absolutely be used in anything. There's nothing wrong with giving 2 characters top check knowledge. That is very powerful for multiple reasons. Next up, we have this Alchemist of Yoke Village, Sarasa. They gotta come up with different names for these things. I'm going to butcher every single one. She's pretty interesting, though. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is pay 2, and then put 1 other character from your stage into your clock. If you do, you choose 1 event or climax in your waiting room, and you return it to your hand. I like this card. It's not going to show up into every deck. I think more often than not, even if you're playing like an event-focused deck, the pay 2 is a lot. I'm not going to lie. The pay 2 when you're grabbing an event, I don't think most of the events in this set are really worth a pay 2. Putting a character from your stage into your clock is not like ideal, but I think it's a fair cost. I think though the fact that it can grab a climax in addition to the event, the climax is really like the meat and potatoes of this. Just you're going to have games where sometimes, for all the sculpting, all the preparation you're doing, you are just not going to see a climax for whatever reason. It's just not going to happen. And at that point, even if you're paying 2 and taking a little bit of damage, it's better when you're level 3 to maybe sacrifice one of your lanes of climax combo. Let's say you got 6 stock, you got 3 copies of your level 3 combo in hand, but you're missing the actual climax. Well, it's better to spend 2 of your stock on this and get back your climax and sacrifice a lane of attacking with one of your climax combos instead of just doing 3 vanilla swings and not doing your climax combo at all. I can very easily see this just being a one-of tech in plenty of Fujimi decks, something that you are not going to use all the time because you're just not going to need it all the time. But when you need a card like this, it is just very, very invaluable and can definitely make it so that games you might have lost, maybe now you've got a fighting chance. because being able to play your climax with your climax combos is pretty important. Like that card a lot. Next, we have this beautiful genius sorceress Lena. If you have one or less other character, she gets 1500 power, so she would be 35. It is not just one or less other character in your center stage, notably, it is your entire stage. When she becomes reversed, she's just a on reverse Rize. For anyone unfamiliar, that just refers to an effect that when it becomes reversed, reveal up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. If you revealed one or more cards, add a character, and then discard a card. This does also let you add a specific event, Insatiable Appetite event. That is an event that we'll look at when we look at the level 3s, as long as my notes are correct. And it is just sort of like a Nexo sort of thing that's going on. This card is fine. On reverse Rizes are really not new at all. Been around for many, many, many years. I do like, however, that on reverse Rizes are good like if you're going first. They can be good throughout the course of the game. Just another way to get stockless mill while also maybe hand fixing a little bit without paying stock. I like that while on reverse Rizes are generally good going first, this is even better when you're going first because then it's just going to turn into a 3500 beater. Sure, it may not run or anything like that, but 3500 level 0, at level 0, that's pretty standard for walling up at level 0. Typically, you don't see many things higher than that aside from like 4K vanillas at level 0, and this is obviously better than that. So pretty interesting card. May not show up a ton, I would say, just because the zeros in the set are so good, but I don't dislike the card at all. Next, we have this Devil Going Out Asia. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is to discard a card and then put one other character from your stage into your waiting room. If you do, you search your deck for up to one character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and then shuffle your deck. I think this is yet another really great way to sort of have stockless searching of some kind. I don't know if that was an on purpose theme for this set for some reason to not have to pay stock for so many things, but I think this is a good way to not have to pay stock and just grab something from your deck. Sure, you have to play this card out, so that's one card you're committing. Then you have to discard a card, that's a second card, and then you have to sack a character from your stage. You could argue that that's, yet another a third card, all to get one card. But sometimes the game is just going a certain way where you got enough advantage going on where maybe at least with hand and board you could sacrifice something. It's not unreasonable. Stock is a resource that is harder to generate than hand traditionally in most decks. So even though this might cost a lot of hand and something from your stage, just saving on stock can be pretty good. It also searches anything, it's not level locked, which is really good. Something that is not going to be like a 4 of, but it is still 2500 power, which is still pretty good for a 0. As someone who just a month ago did a set overview for Oshinoko and has been playing a lot of it and bought into it heavily as far back as the first set, everything in that set is like 500 power. So I'm still in this mode that I'm like blown away that I finally, in one of my favorite sets in Weiss, have zeros that are more than 500 power. And then Fujimi Volume 2 just shows up and everything's got like pretty good power lines, like it's even though Weiss is not a game where comparing powers of yours and your opponent's characters matters as much as it does in certain other games. At a certain point, you can't be losing battles too many times because then you are just constantly committing like 3 new characters to board every turn, which is just an insane amount of hand to have to keep up throughout the course of a game. So it is nice that so many of the zeros that we're looking at do have decent power numbers for level zeros and can beat over things and possibly survive the following turn. Next, we have this Diamond Dust, whatever their names are. I'm not even going to try on this one. When it's placed on stage from hand or put into your waiting room from the stage, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, search your deck for a character, reveal to your opponent, add to hand, and shuffle your deck. This is like the Mio drop searcher from Hololive. The Mio Drop Searcher from Hololive is on the current Hololive restriction. Now, it's not necessarily on there because it's so broken on its own. It just happened to be really good and help enable certain things with a different Hololive deck. But there is absolutely no doubt that that is just a very, very good profile. That one also does have an additional effect that this one does not have. However, I think the Mio, because of that additional effect, it might only be 500 power. I think the fact that this just has 2000 power is still pretty good. While, yes, that other effect on the Mio is actually very good, particularly in the standby deck that it was sort of abused in. Though abuse is a bit too strong of a term here, I think, but still very good in that particular deck. I think not having that, while it would have been nice to have that, don't get me wrong, maybe not having that and gaining some power, I don't think is like the worst thing in the world. I still think this is a very strong card. While you might not run it in multiples like people would run something like the Mio from Hololive, I think this is a very solid one of Drop Searcher. It's very good. This sort of double drop search effect on Play on Death has been around for quite a while now. Um, but it's still like an example of like natural power creep. In Weiss, just having like a drop searcher at level 0 that was just pay one, ditch one, search a deck for a character used to be really, really strong, and not every set would necessarily get it. It just goes to show that, this is an example of slow power creep. It's always better than just only having an on play drop searcher. So it's nice that the set has an option. Definitely something I could see being like a one of tech in some Fujimi decks. Next up, we have this Fool Erna. Um, on play, she's just a Rico. Discard a card, reveal top card of your deck, then salvage level X or lower. X is equal to the level of the revealed cards. I love to see Ricos. My favorite sort of level 0 profile. I'll never be tired of just seeing even just generic Ricos that don't do anything else, because they are the best stockless hand filtering in the game, in my opinion. I try to throw like 2 copies of a Rico into whatever deck I'm playing where the set has a level 0 Rico. There's nothing wrong with grabbing a 0. Sometimes you need a 0 like a Brainstorm. This gives you easy access to it. Pretty much guaranteed as long as your 0s are in the waiting room. And you can get rid of cards you do not want. You can get rid of excess climaxes. And then, off plenty of times you're gonna high roll a little bit and you'll see level 1, and then you could salvage your level 1 combo, or even your level 3 and salvage an early play healer, or your actual level 3 combo, whatever. Good profile. Most sets get them these days in English. Not every set gets them. So it is nice, and I do like to point out when a set gets them. This card also has another effect where on attack you pick one of your other characters and give it 1000 power. Not fine that it has it. It is pretty weak on its own. It would be nice if it could give the power to itself. Even then, it would still be only 15, which is kind of weak. But I think honestly, plenty of people who like this sort of thing, they'd be fine with just playing a 500 power Rico that didn't do anything else. And 1000 power isn't like the highest number, but it's not like the worst number. Pretty much anything after the Rico is just like a bonus effect. So I think this card is very nice that the set has it. Next up, we have this forward Kaname. I hope I got the exclamation points correctly. This is from the trial deck. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pick one character in your waiting room and put it face down underneath her as a marker. And when she becomes reversed, you may pay the cost, which is to put a character from your hand into your waiting room. If you do, you may return one marker underneath her to your hand. Yet again, a stockless way to sort of have really great selectivity. Sure, it does require a reverse, but as the game is progressing, it'll be easier and easier to make her reversed. Your opponent's going to leave out some level 1 or something like that. And yes, you also do need to have the specific character that you want in your waiting room. But there's no condition on this thing that says like you gotta wait a turn or something to use it, or that it's only on your opponent's turn when she gets reversed. You just summon her out, you mark her the thing, you crash with it immediately, and you get the card back. Without having to pay stock, which is just always really, really nice. I could see for a trial deck card. I actually think this is really good. I have not like put together and tested with like a Fujimi build. I've only done like things in my head with what I could do, and I can't guarantee this is something that I would play a ton of. But like, there are probably some people out there that wouldn't mind like putting in some copies of this into a deck. It wouldn't even necessarily be a bad one of. I usually kind of mock people that will play like 20 one ofs, but like as I've gone through this list, I have found way more one ofs that I would consider throwing into a deck than usual, which I think is just says a lot about like how cool some of the profiles are in the set. Definitely not a bad card. Not everyone's gonna play it. You don't have to play it. You got plenty of awesome zeros in this set. But it's really cool that this thing exists. I think I wouldn't mind seeing it in a set that like I would personally be more invested in. Next up, we have these two girls. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pick, not may, you have to pick a character in your waiting room, return it to hand, then discard a card. And also, when she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is level 0 or lower, you may reverse that character. So this is a variation on an effect that we've seen plenty of times, such as the Yor from Spy Family from the trial deck. The difference with this card is that whereas with this sort of profile that we have seen before several times in English, those will require that they get a reversed, not that they themselves. Well, sorry, I should rephrase it because this one also requires that the opponent gets reversed. They do require that they get a reverse. However, they don't have like a bomb effect attached to it. Instead, they will have like significantly more power. Typically, they'll be like 3,500 ish, give or take, um, which helps them get the reverse. I like that this functions as a level 0 bomb while also having that sort of profile. I'm not sure what the name of that profile is. I think it's a good color for the set. Again, not something I could swear that I'm gonna. There's just too many zeros in the set. I'd have to say. I feel like I'm gonna say for every zero we look at. I'm not sure if I would put it in a deck or not, because there's just too many at a certain point. You can't be running like 42 level 0 characters. But I think this card is pretty interesting. Definitely something that I think some people would want to try out. It would probably feel like really great to use this against something like Ayakashi, where the main set in Ayakashi, their level 3s are considered level 0s, or Hololive Standby Luna, where the Lunas in that thing, even if they're like level 3 or whatever, they are level 0s. Not only do you deal with a problem card with your actual level 0, you also get to get some selective salvage. You just need to keep in mind with this card that your opponent could crash into it, and the salvage discard is mandatory. So if your opponent forces a crash or you crash also, and you do not have a character in your waiting room, you still must discard. Just something to keep in mind. It's pretty niche, and most players that you come up against in Weiss, they're probably not even going to think about it or realize it, but it is something to be aware of. Next up, we have this Lena, the Dragon Spooker. She's a climax swapper, but she only climax swaps door climaxes. However, she does do so for free without paying stock. We've seen this profile before in multiple sets. Oshinoko has a choice one, the climax swapper that does it without paying stock, except it does it on choices. Nothing wrong with this sort of profile. I will admit, while I don't necessarily mind the level 1 door combo that we looked at, and I do like the level 3 door combo from the trial deck, especially by trial deck standards. It's not like I'm in love with it. I don't think the level 3 door game in this set is like particularly amazing. I've already talked about my problems with the Megumi, and while there are enough events in the set, particularly in red, to meet the condition, you still need to, you're really working around it a lot. And I guess at that point, if you're already having to do so many like not really mental gymnastics, just like card game gymnastics, just to make it work, you're going to have to, I guess having a little bit of help doesn't hurt. Being able to save on stock, especially where the Megumi needs a ditch 2 for every copy of it. So I guess being able to save some stock potentially, and then maybe use a brainstorm or something that might be needed. Not bad. Power line is also fair from what we've seen in the past for this sort of card. Next up, we have this a Suzu changing clothes. When she's placed on stage from hand, if your opponent's center stage has one or less characters, you may pick a cost 0 or lower character in your opponent's center stage and put it into their waiting room. She is also an Aqua Riki. So when she's put into your waiting room from the stage, pay 1, put the top card of your deck into clock. If you do, look at up to 2 cards from top of the deck, pick up to 2 characters from among them, show them to your opponent, add them to your hand, then put the rest to waiting room. I think this Aqua Riki profile is always good to have. Nothing wrong with it. The actual Aqua Riki does clock from waiting room instead of top of deck. Having the selectivity of waiting room clocking instead of top of deck is always better. There's always a chance you're gonna clock a climax or something like that, and that never feels good. Though I guess to be fair, if there was already a climax on top of deck and you clocked yourself from waiting room, then you would reveal the climax and then you wouldn't get a character. Still, it never feels good to just be clocking your climaxes. So I think I would have maybe preferred if this really was just the Aqua Riki, even if it's still clocked from top of deck. Mostly for the power aspect. The first effect is not bad. It's definitely good. Like if you're going second and your opponent threw out like a runner or something like that. This is like a good card against those things. And sometimes you are going to have games where like your opponent crashes like their level 1 turns. It will just happen, and maybe they've only got like 1 left. It will always feel good to be able to send a level 1 because most level 1 combos are going to be cost zeros, and send that with like your 1500 level 0 Riki. Doesn't happen too often. I've only done that sort of thing like a couple of times in my entire Weiss career. But still, it's a good Riki option. A lot of people like that sort of profile, so it's not bad. Next, we have this new player and beta tester, Yun and Mew. When it attacks, pick one of your other characters, give it 1500 power, and hand encore until end of turn. I sort of mocked at the beginning of this slide pack filler zeros that we see in a lot of sets that are like on attack give like a nominal amount of power to something as bad. 1500 isn't terrible. You would never ever play it just for that effect, but because it does give the hand encore, which is an effect that we are seeing a bit more of in English, I think giving that power with the hand encore is pretty nice. It also gives the power cross turn. Obviously, it gives the hand encore cross turn, otherwise, it would be kind of useless. But it also gives the power cross turn, which is nice. But just having like a way, no stock, no additional hand outside of the encore if you use it to actually use this effect, all you've got to do is attack with it. I do think that is pretty neat. Next, we have this Otaku putting on airs Eriri. She's from Saikano. She's from the trial deck. I think this is a profile that's worth bringing up, though from a personal point of view, as someone who wants to make my own Saikano deck a bit better, I do wish this was a tad better. She's a clean cut. However, she is like the better kind of clean cut, where when she's placed on stage from hand, you pick one of your characters. It can be itself, but it can be something else, and that character gets the clean cut ability. And that ability is when this card's battle opponent becomes reversed. You rest one of your other characters and move it to an open position of your backstage. Now she is only 2500 power, which is a little weak for a clean cut. But the fact that she does give the power to give the ability to something else, if you want, you could just give it to something that has higher power, and that sort of solves that problem. However, she has a first effect that I'm not nuts about. It says that all of your other characters get the following ability that they can't side attack. I don't really know why this card had to have that condition. That's bad. That's just bad. There's no way around it. It would be funny if it said like all other characters, including your opponents. There's a card in JoJo's, one of the premium booster, that says like everything else can't side attack, which is like really funny. And it's like a funny one of option against certain decks, especially something like Overlord. So you can anti-change their Eins level 3s. But like that keeps it fair. The fact that this is only a detriment to you, we have seen this on play gives something clean cut ability before. In Japan a bit more. In English, we're just slowly starting to get around to a bit more. Off the top of my head, I know like Blue Archive has one. I actually named that card in Blue Archive one of my favorite cards of 2025 when I did a video about that. And I don't even play Blue Archive. I just really like that card. Can't think of anything else off the top of my head in English that has it, but like Data Life 3 just got a coterie that is a level 0 that is a clean cut and has that effect. It also, I think, it gives power on attack and it has no restrictions. Same with the Blue Archive one I first mentioned. There's like no restriction on it, and it itself has like a good power line still. The restriction really, really stinks. There's going to be plenty of games where it's not really restriction and it doesn't matter, but like sighting is a thing, and I don't know why they had to do that. I can only think they're trying to balance it. I guess I don't know. It's just frustrating. I wanted to get this and throw it in my Psychono deck. They have a clean cut, but it has some like the annoying condition, and it might be able to whiff or something like that. So I never played it, and when I saw this, I got excited thinking I could actually, have a nice clean cut, some sort of plussing 0 for my Psychono deck. Even just within the confines of Fujimi, I don't mind clean cuts. So it just sort of stinks that they kind of just gave it that condition. I guess I could live with the fact that it only has 2500 power because it gives the clean cut ability anywhere. I still don't think there's anything wrong in the modern game with just having a 3k on your turn clean cut that gives the ability somewhere. I think that is still perfectly fine. It's really just that first effect, which is truly, there's no reason for it. So it's still good in the sense that it's important to sort of have this. Plenty of people like clean cuts. I like clean cuts. So nothing wrong with that. Just wish that it didn't have that stupid first effect. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. Moving on, we have this perfect made mode Hizuki. When she becomes reversed, reveal the top card of your deck. And if this card's battle opponent is level X or lower, you may put that character at the bottom of your opponent's deck. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. I think this is a funny card. It's probably not going to see play in like a ton of things. Some sets get it, not a ton of sets get it. The like last time I remember a set getting this and they used it was Bochi, I think. But I think that Bochi card might have had another effect, and so it was like combining two, if I remember right, combining two like this effect with something else that wasn't bad, and like that was why it was like a one of. I think this card would have been a lot better if it sent it to bottom deck, depending on the number of like copies of itself in your waiting room that you had. But still, I think it is something that's funny. I probably wouldn't throw it into a deck myself, but I know that there are people that like this sort of profile. They like the randomness of it, and it's really easy for it to get reversed because it's only 500 power. So it's there if you want it. Definitely one of the weaker level zeros that we'll look at with this thing, but not necessarily a bad one, even if it's not a great one. It's more of a interesting one. Next, we have this pure innocent sleep talk Irina. Got the two E's there. During your turn, she gets 1000 power, so 3k, another 3k level 0 that has another good effect. Like to see it. When she's placed, put into your waiting room from the stage, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck. Choose up to 1 climax from among them. Add it to hand. Put the rest into your waiting room, and if you added a card to your hand, discard a card. Solid profile. We're seeing this more and more. These sorts of things used to be on reverse. Lately, for the most part, they've been on death, which is much better because you can trigger them during your turn, which I really like. Plus, she's another 3k beater for your turn, so not bad at all. Decent enough card. Some people like this and they play it. It's not mandatory, but it's always nice to have it as an option. Then we have this secret between siblings, Akira. That's not Akira. She's not riding a motorcycle. Your other character, she's prettier than Akira though. Your other character in the middle position of your center stage gets 500 power, super negligible, really doesn't matter. But the second effect is pay 1, put the top card of your deck into your clock, and rest this card and salvage anything. This profile is something that for some reason some people do kind of crap on. We don't really get this profile a lot, and when we do get it, it's often like level locked. I think this is like a perfectly fine profile. I have played this profile mostly in SAO 10th anniversary. There is an Asuna promo that is this profile, except unless I'm remembering wrong, it only salvages level 1 or lowers. I think it's fantastic that this just salvages any character, and you could have one brainstorm and you plop this in your back row, and for one stock, sure, you're still damaging yourself, but that's just what like a Ricky would normally do anyway. I think it's pretty cool, and I don't mind it at all. Next up, we have Targeted Third Princess Sisbel. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a character. If you do, choose one character in your waiting room and put it into your memory, and at the beginning of your next turn, return that character from your memory to your hand. This is kind of a nice way where if you're playing that level 3 pants combo, that if you have 4 more memory, you get to use its effect with the whole top check 4 and then put cards into your opponent's clock thing, but it has that needing 4 characters in your memory condition. It's a way where like if you are short on memory, but you're also short on stock, just during your main phase, you can just shove something into your opponent's into your own memory, sorry, to meet that condition. But it's also yet again another way of stockless, even if it's delayed, stockless character salvaging essentially, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that is pretty solid actually. That's a big theme with the set, it seems. Next we have this tomboyish maiden Minatsu. When it's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, put them on top of your deck in any order, and when it's placed on stage from hand, you reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a character, add it to hand and discard a card. I think this card is really great. I think it's good if you're playing events. Most of the time, this sort of profile where on play, look at top, if it's a character, add it to hand. That's all they do. It is just if it's a character, add it to hand. I like that it hits on events. That's very solid. Being able to rearrange the top 2 is also really nice. That's pretty cool. It might have been a little bit better if you could like dump the 2, but I guess let's not get greedy. Still, very solid card. I like this card a lot. Its weakest thing is that it's 500 power, but for what it does, I think it's very solid. Next, we have this Unbreakable Bond, Alice something else. She's one of the secrets in the set, I believe, in addition to being a double rare. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character, you may add it to hand. It also is just when it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, ditch 1, and then salvage. I think this card's interesting. I think it's not. Its salvage effect is obviously very selective. Grab anything from your waiting room, any character. Its first effect is a way to clock yourself and deal damage to yourself without actually paying stock, which is always nice. And unless you hit a climax or event, you will get something to your hand. It is selectively putting characters into your clock, which might be good for like leveling purposes or color or something like that. It is. I'm trying to decide because I do like this card. Do not get me wrong. I don't necessarily think it really needs to be a secret, but I do think it has value. I do think it's an interesting profile. It has 2. The drop salvage is never bad. I don't like play them anymore because the game just gotten to the point where like I generally don't need just like regular drop salvagers. But I do still like the card, and that first effect is interesting. Next, we have something from the trial deck, this True Wish Rumia. When it's placed on stage from hand, pick one of your other characters. and that character gets 1,000 power until the end of turn. And when it's placed on stage from hand, you may put one other character from your stage into your waiting room. If you do, search your deck for a climax, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and then put a climax from your hand into your deck. So she is a climax swapper. She's a deck climax swapper. She also climax swaps without paying stock. I like deck climax swappers. I'm not as nuts about the whole sack of character, but lots of people like them, so I'm not going to knock it. It's still nice that it has it. It's a good sort of climax swapper for a trial deck. And the power is like fine too. Plus she's 2k on her own, so not terrible for a level 0. Good card overall. Next we have this Trick or Treat, whatever their names are. When it's placed on stage from hand or attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character, add it to hand, then discard a card. I think this card's like pretty unique. I like that it's on play and on attack. That gives you 2 chances to get something you want. It also gives you 2 chances to get cards out of your hand that you do not want, which I think can be important if your hand is full of like climaxes and stuff like that. Solid card overall. Not something that's going to be like a 4 of and everything, but I'm glad that it exists. It's a very solid profile. Next, we have this card with a character from Data Live, so actually something I actually recognize. Witch of Teasing Natsumi. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a climax. If you do, you salvage a character, and she is also pay 1, send herself to waiting room, choose a character with level equal to or lower than your level in your hand, and put it on the stage position that this card was in. So we've seen both of these effects plenty of times. Nothing new about discarding a climax to salvage a character. Very good synergy when you're playing Bar or Pants. Fortunately, Pants is very good in Fujimi, and Bar and Pants are both good. They have good climaxes in Data Live, so this is also good if you build a pure Data Live deck. And having that summon effect, that having it tied to this, I think is very solid. Great way to summon out your level 3s for 1 less stock. You're not doing any additional discards, which is nice. Sometimes they make you do additional discards. I think this is good if you're playing something that's very stock heavy. That's not as much of an issue with this set, but still a very solid card overall, and I'm excited to test it out, mostly in Data Live, but I think it's still great that Fujimi has it. Next, we have this World Ruling Ambition. Names of these characters. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is to discard an event. If you do, you choose 1 character in your waiting room and return it to hand. And it also has another effect that when it's put into your waiting room from the stage, you may pay the cost, which is to discard a card. If you do, you choose up to 1 level 1 or higher card from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, put the rest to waiting room. So that second effect is something we've seen all the time. It's really nothing crazy about it. But it's still nice that a set has it. I like when sets have that effect. They're pretty good. Great way to grab your level 1 combo early. Great way to grab events throughout the game. Stockless deck speed is always nice. I'll never stop saying that. And I think in a set that does have so many events, I think it's nice that you do have yet another way to stockless salvage by just discarding events. So, you got extra events in your hand. If you're playing Megami, you want those events in your waiting room anyway. And this just sort of helps you do that. It's a very solid card overall, especially in an event-based deck. Next, we have a character that I do recognize from Data Live, this Zodiac of Loneliness Mukuru. When it's placed on stage from hand, pick one of your opponent's characters, and it gets the ability that it cannot move to another position of the stage until the end of your opponent's next turn. Great way to stun a character. Works really well against standby, but it's also solid in a variety of situations. It also has an effect that you can pay 1, discard a character. When it's placed on stage from hand, then look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, pick a card, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. So the second effect, both of these effects are something that we've seen plenty of times before. Combining them is kind of nice. There are plenty of times where you're not going to need that first effect. So you'd rather be able to look at more cards instead of stopping at 3. But I think it's fair having both of these on. You're not gonna, this is like a one of text sort of thing, if you want really, or if you really want to be looping your climax combo or something like that. It's nice that it grabs any card. It does stink a little bit that you do have to discard a character and not just any card, but something that I think is nice utility. Some people really like to just make sure they have something like this in a lot of their decks, so it's here if you want it. Next, we're getting into some of the characters that can go to memory, which will help fuel that level 3 pants combo that we discussed earlier. However, these cards are also just sort of good on their own because they give you free memory compression. The first will be this In Polluted Lands, Nina and Leifon. When it becomes reversed, you may pay 1, discard a card, and send this card to your memory. If you do, you search your deck for any character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and shuffle your deck. We've seen this sort of profile before in certain sets like Psychono. Psychono is like not relevant anymore because of other reasons, not because this sort of profile is bad. But this is a good profile. You get memory compression, you get selectivity. It's good that it's a 0 that this happens to because, we're in an Oshi format. And even if we weren't in an Oshi format, lots of things are just starting to have climax combos that like work by hitting like level zeros. It is level 0 cards. It is becoming more prevalent. So I think being able to get some zeros out of your deck will be helpful in other matchups as well. But the memory compression is always nice and it is very selective. Its power means that there are people who can just swing under it, and sometimes it might deny the reverse, but I don't think it's really something to be concerned with. I think this is a must play when you're playing that level 3 pants combo that needs the memory setup, because it's just very solid overall. Same with this one, this moving forward Sistine. She gets 1 level, which is nice because it protects her from bombs. Your opponent could always like anti-change it, but like I don't think you have to really worry about that because the only way this thing would get anti-change is like if your opponent hits level 1 first and you're still level 0 and then they have a level 1 anti-change, which is normally a ditch 2, and then they're willing to spend 3 cards to get rid of your level 0. So I don't think that's really relevant. I think more importantly, this thing helps you dodge level 0 bombs, which would send this somewhere else so that you can't use its effect, and that's very important. So, sort of similar to the card we just looked at. Another card that is good in a lot of decks, especially if you just want some memory compression. This one does not need stock to get go to memory, which is nice. But when it becomes reversed, you may put 1 card from your hand into your clock, and you put this card into your memory. If you do, you salvage any character. Another great way to have a good solid level 0 profile that gets something into memory. The level 3, just as a quick reminder, that combo, it doesn't need different characters, it just needs 4 characters in your memory. So there's nothing wrong with just playing multiple copies of this and the one we just looked at. But it's a solid card overall. And the +1 level thing I think is just really nice. It never feels good when you have some sort of on death or on reverse level 0 and then your opponent just bombs it and sends it somewhere else. So very solid card overall, and the art's really nice, which doesn't affect the score. Next, we have this Sarah the Empress. It's very standard. Pay 1, send her to memory, look it up to 3 cards on top of deck, pick a character, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. We see this sort of profile a lot, except they don't generally go to memory, they go to waiting room. In exchange for going to memory, she only looks at 3 cards instead of the traditional 4 cards that this sort of profile would normally reveal. But I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Another good thing that is good just like generically, but this one you're probably mostly going to see in that sort of memory deck, even though it's not bad on its own. It still gives a little bit of deck speed and gives you a little bit of memory compression. Next up, we're starting to get into the brainstorms for the set. This Kermi says when your other character is attacked, you may send her to waiting room. If you do, pick one of your characters in battle and it gets 1,000 power. It's fine, nothing special, not gonna, it's whatever. It's mostly the second effect that's really good. It is a spammable top check 3 brainstorm, so you do not have to rest her, you just need to be able to pay a stock, meaning that you can spam this as long as you have stock and you're willing to spend it. The caveat for that is that while you get to spam it, you do not get, every time you add a card, every time you hit a climax, and then you use its effect and you add a card, you then have to discard a card, which is fair. It would be kind of broken if you didn't have to. Spammable brainstorms are always like that, so nothing wrong with that at all. Sometimes I would say if you needed a spammable brainstorm in a set, a spammable top check 3 brainstorm is always the best. Definitely better than a search and definitely better than a salvage spammable brainstorm. But it also provides like for a stock, even like a repeated stock, if you're in a really bad deck state, it can, with one card help get you out of it, which is nice. Plus it's Kermi, so that's a bonus. Next we have this Path to Happiness Rumia. All of your characters in front get 500 power. She's also a pay 1 rest 2 characters, but mill 5 cards from top of deck, and for each Pants Climax, you get to salvage a character. The frontal assist is fine, really not crazy. I don't really like the rest 2 portion of this, but I could see this being in like an 8 pants deck. You wouldn't play it in anything that wasn't 8 pants. Luckily, we have like decent 8 pants options, so I think this card is viable. Flip over 5 cards for a brainstorm. Some people will say that like that's not really worth it for having to rest 2 characters. From experience playing like Oshi, which has a mill 5 brainstorm, though admittedly that is not a rest 2, sometimes that 5th card really does matter. It can be important, it can make the difference. I like this card overall. Even if you're playing 8 pants, you may not gravitate towards this because we do have another really good brainstorm we're going to look at. But I still think this is something that's worth mentioning for people who like blue and like pants, and which is ironic because she's wearing a skirt, not pants. Next up, we have this Peaceful Days Forever, Kaname and Talitha. You get +1 hand, which is nice. So for every copy of her, you get +1 to the amount of cards you would hold in your hand. So if you have 1 copy of her, instead of having a hand size limit of 7, you now have a hand size limit of 8, and so on and so forth. Now, there's nothing in this set that really generates hand, but it's still good. It's not bad. Then this card has a weird second effect that I really don't get why it exists, but whatever. If your waiting room has 4 or more events, you can play events from your hand without fulfilling color requirements. This card should have just said you could play events from your hand without fulfilling color requirements. We've seen that exact effect before on a salvage brainstorm, like Argo from SAO, and it's not like that card broke the meta or anything like that. Yes, this set does have way more events than that set had, and these events can be very impactful, but that condition is ridiculous. 4 or more events, I mean, like, sure, if you're building like a 12 event thing, but it's just annoying. I think like just shoving that many events into a deck is already annoying enough when they don't really have synergy with the deck. I mean, sure, is it bad? No, but could they have made it better? Yeah. However, it is a just normal salvage brainstorm. I think this is also one of the secrets of the set, unless I'm forgetting something. I think this card is like perfectly. It's good. It's fine overall. Even if there's nothing in the set that directly helps you with like gaining a ton of hands, there are going to be games where you just high roll, and hand compression is generally the best kind of compression because very few sets have anything in them that like directly gets rid of your opponent's hand. There's no like hand stock swaps thing or something like that. The only thing I could think of was like Azure Lane, which says you like get rid of a card in your opponent's hand for like the turn or something like that. And nobody plays that, and most sets don't have anything like that. So hand is a great way to build compression while also knowing your opponent can't do anything about it, as opposed to if you build a lot of stock, your opponent can stock swap you, and that could cost you the game. Solid enough brainstorm overall. I do like it, even if it could have just said you play your events without needing color, but maybe they didn't do that because that blue event is like pretty strong actually. Being able to, it's so versatile. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to be annoying about it. Next up, and I think lastly, we have the card that everybody is looking forward to. This is also one of the secrets, so another brainstorm that's a secret in this set. Love Beyond Servant and Master Rios. Now, I can understand why people really want this card. I think a lot of people want this card and they have no idea what the card does because they don't understand Weiss, and they don't play it. However, I actually love this card. It is its second effect, its brainstorm effect, is that it is just a top check 3 brainstorm, but it is a pay 1 rest itself. Top check 3 brainstorms are great. Don't need to harp on like how good they are, but they provide extra deck speed, a lot of selectivity, being able to grab climaxes, being able to get events, very nice. She also has another effect that I'm not sure if we've seen on a brainstorm in English before, where when you play a climax, you may discard a card from hand. If you do, she's a Rico. Reveal the top card of your deck, salvage level extra lower character. I think that's fantastic. I think tying a Rico effect to a brainstorm is just really, really strong. You know what I think about it? I think there's a JP card that they just printed that does have this, if I'm not mistaken, but we don't have it. So I can't think of something in English that also has this Rico effect tied to the brainstorm, and not like in a way where it's on climax placement. Yes, not every deck spams climaxes, but I think a lot of people would play this, even if you factor out the fact that it's Rios and people want to play it anyway. I think a lot of people would play this just because it's a top check three brainstorm. Adding this other effect onto it, it can just be really, really strong. It's I don't know. I haven't tested it yet, but I think this card is fantastic. It's in a good color. I see why they made it the secret for multiple reasons, but it is just a very strong card, and I do like it a lot. When I build something in Fujimi, I will probably have some sort of salvage brainstorm, but I think I'm going to do some sort of split, and I think this is going to make its way into most, if not all, of my Fujimi decks, just because I really like top check three brainstorms to begin with, but I also really like the fact that it is an on climax play Rico. I think that is just an insanely strong profile to put together. Um, just really, really great. Not necessarily on demand hand filtering, but you don't have to be playing a character just to get that sort of hand filtering. You play the climax, and if you are playing like 8 hands or something, it does make it a little bit easier. But any deck can just be spamming a climax every turn so long as they draw them. Super good card. I expect the secret to go for bonkers money, but I think it's definitely one of the better, if not the best, double rare in the set. There are 15 double rares in the set, so I would have to double check. But I think it's just one of the best brainstorms that we have seen recently in English, and I just really like it a lot, and I am looking forward to just spamming Ricos. Which is something I already try to do anyway, and I already try to do top check three brainstorms anyway. So being able to do both, like in the same turn, even on the same card, maximizing my deck space and my efficiency, I'm there for it. I'm very, very excited for this card. I think a lot of other people are too. That will be it for the level zeros that we're going to talk about with this set. Got through that, only took an hour, but I think that just goes to show how strong and versatile and in abundance the level 0 characters for this set are. Next up, we will be talking about the level 1s. Next up are the notable level 1s for the set. Unlike the level 0s for this set, which there were just so many cool or interesting profiles to choose from, the level 1s in this set, outside of climax combos, are a little more subdued. There are plenty of level 1s in this set that we are not going to talk about. There are plenty of standard things you would expect to see in most modern sets, such as level 1 Adachis or level 1 characters that are level 2 killers, that sort of thing. There just weren't too many profiles that really stood out as things that we really needed to talk about too much. You'll go through the set yourself if you're interested. Maybe there are some little things like Adachis or level 1 or level 2 killers that you particularly like. These are just some ones that were the types of profiles we don't see too often, or they were just interesting or had something going for them that just separated them a little bit. I will say, even at that point, the ones that I picked for the most part, I kind of just picked because I felt like I needed to talk about something. There weren't too many that really, I was like, wow, I need to build a deck around this or something like that. My excitement for the level 1s are a little more, it's a little more muted compared to the level 0s. Still, there's enough to just sort of get you going. At level 1, you're mostly going to be doing your level 1 combo anyway, so it doesn't really matter for the most part. First up, we have this Trip Before Marriage Nobuna. She is a 1/0 with a soul trigger, which we always love to see. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is pay 1, discard a climax. If you do, you choose a climax in your waiting room and return it to hand. So just a climax swapper. However, It does have a soul trigger, which is nice. Yes, she is in yellow, so if you're not playing yellow, this sort of climax swapper isn't too helpful for you. But if you are in yellow, then this is very strong because it's just a good 1-0 with the soul trigger anyway. But it also has a interesting enough second effect, which is when it becomes reversed, if this card's battle opponent is cost 0 or lower, you may put that character at the bottom of at the top of your opponent's stock, and then they put the bottom card of their stock into their waiting room. So we see that sort of profile all the time. Not unusual to see that sort of cost 0 bomb on a yellow character. They usually will send them to stock, just like this one does. What is interesting is that this is also a climax swapper. It's a nice way that, again, if you are really focused on yellow, you have a climax swapper that isn't just some weak level 0 that most likely doesn't do anything else. Now, to be fair, climax swappers generally don't have to do anything else. They could do absolutely nothing else and they could have 500 power, and most lists are going to be playing them anyway because generally you just need a climax swapper just to ensure that you are able to do what you need to do when you need to do it. But if you're in yellow, I really like that this has the double utility of being removal to cause zeros, not just level ones. Sometimes, it's possible in this day we have seen a bit more, not a ton, but we do see a bit more like level twos that can sit kind of big, but they are cost zeros. But either way, just being able to deal with any cost 0 on something that has a soul trigger without being a 1-1, just a 1-0 with a soul trigger and being a climax swapper. Very good card for yellow to have. Next, we have this My Rival Alice, rest of name. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is just to discard any card from your hand. If you do, you choose one trait of a character in your opponent's stage, and all of your opponent's characters lose all of that trait until end of turn. I actually do like this card a lot. If you're playing yellow and you can just splash this in, I think it's not a bad tech card. It is purely a tech card, 5,000 power. It could definitely be worse. But there's going to be plenty of games where it just doesn't really matter, but there are going to be games where it does matter. Now, we looked at earlier, there is a 2-0 event that was from Fujimi set 1 that does also trait delete, and that one also is an event that you can use during your opponent's turn during the counter step, which does definitely have certain advantages that this one does not have. However, this is a character, so it's much easier to grab than the event. Plus, while you could use that 2-0 event during your turn, there's nothing stopping you from using it on your turn. You can use this starting at level 1. It is a cheap cost, and not every deck is going to be playing enough blue to be able to splash something like that 2-0 event in there. If you are playing a lot of yellow, I don't think this is a bad tech option. This is something that could matter against certain matchups. Largely, most of the time when it's your turn, it's probably going to be power, but there are definitely cards that will do something that on your own turn, cards that your opponent has, that maybe it's a JC that says bounce a traded character back to hand, not any character, something like that, something where on your turn your opponent has characters on board, or even backups in their hand that aren't generic, where their text doesn't just say pick a character and do something with it. They say pick a traded character, and this will just sort of delete that, which is nice. I don't think it's a bad card. It's a reasonable cost. You won't use it most games, but the games, again, feel like something this is something I've said a few times during this video. May not use it every game or even most games, but when you need it, you'll be very happy that you have it. Next, we have this level 1 red, this 1-0, Sacred Gear Holder, Natsume, and Tobio. 1500 power, really bad for a level 1 because she's also not any sort of reverser. Her effect is when she's placed on stage from hand, draw up to 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. This card I almost just skipped and didn't put in. I don't think it's amazing. I do think it's really interesting though. Being on red means that it's good in standby, which I do like. It gives you like double hand filtering. Yes, you could argue that you're just going minus a card because you're drawing 2, ditching 2, and you still have to play this card from hand. So now you're down 1 card from your hand. But like, unless you're playing a Reiki or something that replenishes itself, every card is a -1, when you play it from your hand. So I don't think that's really relevant. But I think in standby, this could be an option if you really want it. It's not necessarily bad outside of standby. It's just like it's situational, but it's situational in a way that you can't really plan for. Drawing two, if you really need new cards in hand, your hand is just a dud. Draw two, still, it's better. It's something, but it's not going. You really need the cards you need to be right on top of your deck. So it's kind of like a Hail Mary. I do think, though, the value of this in standby, it could have value in standby, I should say. Just being able to get two higher level characters that you don't want out of your hand and into your waiting room. And in anything else, you could just get rid of extra climaxes without having to pay stock or something like that. I guess my biggest gripe about this card isn't necessarily the effect, because I don't think the effect is bad. Again, it's not amazing, but there are people who I know will appreciate this sort of effect. I do think it's incredibly weak for a level 1, which I don't like. I mean, 1500 is nothing. And I also wish that the text was slightly different. It says draw up to 2 cards and then discard 2 cards, which means that you could potentially draw 0 cards from your deck. If you do, you still have to you discard 2 cards. So if you draw 0, you still got to ditch 2. If you draw 1, you still have to ditch 2. We have seen this sort of effect, not exactly like this, but we have seen plenty of cards that will have some sort of draw X number of cards and then discard a specific number of cards. Sometimes we have seen cards that will say draw up to X number of cards and then discard the same number of cards that you drew. I really don't understand why they don't just make that like the standard whenever they print something like this, to be honest. I think that is more than fair. There are going to be situations where you just maybe don't want to draw the 2. It's not going to be good for you, or maybe not draw the full 2, but being forced to still discard 2, it situational, but it can matter. But overall, I think it's like interesting enough. Throw a copy into standby just in case you're ever in a bad deck hand state, waiting room state, and you just got to get out of it. Next, we have this Nightmare Seduction Kermi. I love Data Live. I love Kermi. That could be a reason why she's here, because she's sort of like just okay. When she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is level 1 or lower, you may reverse that character. So a level 1 bomb. And then she has an alarm effect, which many Kermis in Data Live tend to have. If she's at the top of your clock at the start of your climax phase, you may discard a character. If you do, you salvage any character from your waiting room. I don't think that's a bad alarm effect. I like that she has a level 1 reverser paired with that alarm effect, meaning that she's good on stage or in your clock. I think that she's probably better in her own Data Live deck than she is in Fujimi, but I don't actually think the alarm effect is bad. Just like a lot of the cards we talked about at level 0, this is yet another way to have stockless sort of salvage or search, and I do like that a lot, being able to save those resources. Of course, her needing to be the top card of your clock at the beginning of your climax phase does mean sometimes it's just not going to happen, and that is unfortunate. But the art looks beautiful, and I could definitely see people throwing this in if they felt like sort of working around it. If Fujimi didn't already have so many level 0s that had stockless ways to grab specific characters that you want already in the level 0 game, and there's no like other real additional cost. They're pretty much all just like on play, like discard essentially. The most of the ones we looked at least. Maybe I would view this a little more favorably, even though I do still like it. I just think that because it's an alarm, you're going, and there's not a ton of like great alarm setup with this set. Like I think you're kind of just going to feel like you're forced to play like more copies of this just so that you can get it into there, and then you just start having deck space issues, and I think that is really the biggest weakness. But at face value, I don't think this is actually a bad card, even though I don't think it's going to see like a ton of play, but it does look really nice. Next, we have this Glenn the Fool. He is a fool because like he's wearing a cape with a weird tie and his shirt isn't tucked in and his coat seems oversized. And who wears a glove like that in this day and age? So he is definitely a fool. I don't know what he's from, but I could see why he's got that moniker. He's a blue 1/0. During his battle, no players can use backup from their hands. So hurts your opponent, but probably hurts you more, to be honest. I don't think many. I mean, I guess it's fine that like during his bet you can attack with him like if you have an early play out already, like let's say you're level 2 and you play this out but you've got an early play, so you got a level 3 on board. A lot of the time you'll feel forced aside in your other lanes so that your opponent can't anti-change. I mean, you could just frontal with this still and know that they're not going to be able to use backups during that battle. That is something, I guess. But a second effect is really why I put him here. It's interesting. When it's placed on stage from hand, if your memory has 2 or more cards, you may discard any card from your hand, look at up to 4 cards from top of deck, pick a character, add to hand, rest go to waiting room. So I like this whole on play, dig 4, just grab a character all for just the cost of a discard. You'll know when you're building your Fujimi deck whether how reasonable it is for you to meet that memory requirement. I think like if you are playing like 8 pants, and you're playing that level 3 that we talked about a few times already that needs 4 or more characters in your memory already, um, you're sort of set up for blue. You're already going for the memory. While I do like the whole on play dig for 4 rather than it being on death, I wouldn't build a deck around this and just throw in memory cards that you wouldn't be playing necessarily just to make this card work. However, I think if your deck is already incorporating those memory cards, and it runs blue, which if you're playing those memory cards, I mean, you probably can afford some blue or you need the blue. I think this is a really great supplemental level 1 card, and I do like it. He just needs to like get a new stylus because I don't know what's going on with his outfit. Next up, we have this most beautiful girl in her grade, Runa. They could have just called her Runa, if I'm being honest. All these names are getting kind of long. But she's interesting. She's a green 1/0 that says when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, discard any card. If you do, look at up to 5 cards from top of deck. Pick any one of those cards, add it to your hand. The rest go to waiting room. We see this sort of on play, pay 1, ditch something, dig a little bit, grab a card plenty of times. They've been around for years. They're generally on level zeros. What I like is this is a level 1 and it is green, which means that you start running into color issues potentially if you're not playing green. So that is a weakness for this card, but in return, what they did was they made it so that it's still just a pay 1. They made it so that you could discard any card rather than discard a character, which is a common thing that they will do on the level 0 versions of this card. Also, the level zeros, they typically will be like they'll tap out at 4 and some won't even let you look at 4 cards. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's up to the number of characters your opponent has. It's rare that you will just see like a level 0 that's an on play pay 1 ditch anything and then look at the full 4. There's going to be some sort of condition. Sometimes, you need the full board to do it, or your opponent needs the full board, or if you don't need the board, you have to discard a character instead of any card, or you can only grab a character, you can't grab any card, which is significantly worse. I like that because the fact that this really only works if you're playing a certain color, that they made it pretty much as good as you could reasonably expect them to make it. Yeah, it is pretty weak, which does stink. But 5 is a good number, and being able to discard anything. If you're playing green at level 1, you're probably on bar, so you just discard extra bars. Something that's like a decent one of to have in a green deck, or a deck that splashes green, I guess. Plus, it does look really pretty. That is actually it for the level ones. I forgot just how few we had. So we're just going to jump right into the level twos. This is going to be even faster. Unless I somehow made a mistake with my notes, we are only looking at 2 cards. I went through everything in the set. just like with the level ones, to reiterate, there are enough. There's 2/2 standby, generic standby targets. There's generic 2/1 assists. There are a couple of things that are like mildly interesting that are outside of just 2/1 assist, that sort of thing. But like there really wasn't much that was in level 2 between the trial deck and the booster for Fujimi Volume 2 that I really cared about too much. There's a memory kick, there's an anti-change backup. Those come out in every set or most sets in some way, shape, or form. Don't have to waste time on them. So we'll keep this one brief. The first one, I don't think people are really gonna play it. I mean, maybe they will. I put it here because I think this card is hilarious. When I read it, I had to read it a second time because I was like, wait, did I just read that correctly? What's going on? It's such a funny card. 30th anniversary. I don't treat me, ugh, the writing's too small. Whatever. They got a name. At the beginning of your attack phase, if this card is standing in your center stage, rest this card, draw up to one card, put up to one card from the top of your deck into your stock, and deal one damage to your opponent. So this is a 2/1 with a soul trigger, which is nice. It's in green. Maybe at level 2, it doesn't matter so much, where if you're splashing multiple colors in a deck and you're not just like mono green, that won't be as big of a deal. I think this card's hilarious. Obviously, the big downsides of this card is the fact that it needs to be standing in your center stage at the beginning of your attack phase. But like, it's interesting. I think, yes, you're not you're still dealing damage, so and you're still getting stock, so people will look at this and they will be like, oh well, you're not attacking. Well, you're still getting the stock. Yes, it's going to be a blind stock, and yes, it is going to be before your actual swings because it's at the beginning of your attack phase. So you could potentially be burying a climax right there. But I think it's a way where if you want to avoid battle while not losing like the some of the benefits of the battle, such as like the stock and the damage, it does sort of do that. Plus, it does replace itself by drawing a card. The only real like downside to you is the fact that your opponent you're not killing their character in that lane. That really is the only downside. I mean, in every other way, you're still, outside of the fact that like blind stocks can sometimes really be rough. If you forget that it's a blind stock for a second, you know, yes, you're not going to be, you're burning one. You can't be triggering and dealing two, or if you have a climax out, you're not dealing two, or potentially three if you trigger while you have a climax out, but sometimes the game doesn't work that way anyway. Maybe you don't have a climax and maybe you wouldn't have triggered. But you're still getting that one card. 8K is not the biggest, but like it's not unreasonable to think this thing could survive sometimes, which I think makes it good like the next turn. This card is kind of funny. I don't think it would really see much play, but it amused me when I read it. And yeah, I if I was playing a lot of green, I don't think green is like green has some really cool utility and stuff like that, especially at level 0. There was some cool stuff that I liked, but just outside of like one combo, there's not a ton, unless I'm forgetting something, that I really liked about green with this set. But this is definitely like a green card that like I do like. I think it's pretty unique and interesting. I wouldn't mind if Bushiroad printed stuff like this in the future, even if it's not like the most amazing. It is like amusing, and there are going to be like niche situations where avoiding the battle but not losing the benefits of the battle are going to like be relevant. Next, we have this 2/1 green card called the Whispered. I assume like I've seen that Whispered thing pop up a decent amount. When we look at cards that sort of have this art style, I assume that's like I guess that's a trait of this card, and whispering must be important from whatever this thing is based on. But anyway, this 2/1 says all of your other chosen futures, Sosuke and Kaname, which is the level 3 bar combo that we looked at, that summons another character on play, and you could chain summon them. And then it's pay 2, ditch 1, declare a number, and then deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to that number that you declared. So that's the card that this card's referring to. So all of those characters get the following abilities. This card cannot be chosen by your opponent's effects. And when this card attacks, look at the top card of your deck and put it on the top of your deck or into your waiting room. It's also a frontal level assist. So anything in front of it, regardless of what character it is, will get 500 power times its level. Maybe I should have just like put this in when we were talking about the level 3 combos, because like, yeah, sure, it's an assist, but it really just matters mostly with that level 3 combo. But I think like it does a lot for that combo. Nikke is still pretty prevalent right now, and largely because they have the rest counter, the Modernia counter. They also have their early play Alice, which will be putting your cards on top of your deck. I think this being an assist, and this also saying that none of your level 3 combo, that specific one, can be chosen. Like, I think that kind of helps deal with both of those problems. It definitely deals with the whole rest counter thing. Um, that, I mean, obviously, because they can't choose it with the rest counter. So boom, you got that solved. You triple out your level 3 combo, and now you're golden. And it can deal with the Alice too, because it helps keep things big. Now, yes, the Alice is already pretty big, and they could pump it and whatnot. So like, you might get into like a little, maybe you need a backup still. Who knows? It's tough to say, but I think like for support for for like a climax combo, I think this is absolutely perfect. It's always nice to not be chosen. Just really strong overall. And just because that combo is already so, even though it is a pay two, because it summons everything, it's actually like pretty stock light, and I think you only need 6 stock up front to triple it, is what the math I had done earlier, even though I recorded that like 2 days ago, because this video, as a side note, I've been interrupted so many times. It's taken me like 4 days to finish this video. I am like absolutely drained going through finishing this video. But I do it because it will get 15 views, and those 15 people might learn something from it. But I think this card is like really good. I would love to see other climax combos in sets that like I play get some sort of support like this. Maybe they don't get this sort of support because it actually is really good support, and they're giving it to a card. I'm sure there's some flavor there. I don't know what the whispered are. Maybe there's some flavor where these characters, whoever the whispered are, whatever, is like protecting the Sosuke and the Kaname, whatever. It doesn't really matter, I guess. But super great. Everyone would love to have a card like this for their level 3 climax combo, because it is just incredibly strong. Yes, it's not really generic, and it only applies really to that climax combo unless you just need a green 2/1 level frontal level assist. But really cool card overall. I did like it a lot. Moving on to the notable level 3s for the set. There's definitely going to be more in terms of quantity, but also quality, in my opinion, of the cards that are here compared to level 1 and 2 cards. Zero still takes the cake. And a lot of the cards we're going to look at are sort of like off finishers, but I think there are some like unique profiles here that are worth bringing up. First, we have this card from the trial deck. We have this Kotari, who is from Data Live. She's a red 3/2 that says, when she attacks, you may sack one character from your stage. If you do, you choose one card in your opponent's waiting room and you put it on top of their deck. Also, when she's put into your waiting room from the stage, you may return her to your hand. If you do, you choose up to one character in your waiting room and you put it into your stock. I think most likely this is just like decent standby support. Sure, you could use this as some like hyper specific off finisher by just putting a single card on top of their deck, which really doesn't mean much, to be honest. But I do I like this card. I don't love it, but I think it's interesting. There are going to be people who will make the argument, well, if you're standbying this out, like at level 2, why don't you just standby out the level 3 like your climax combo or something like that, like something you actually want to, you know, this thing you play over it, it gets killed on your opponent's turn, and it sort of turns into like a hand and a free stock. But like if you just standby it out your level 3 combo or something, it would just be on your board. Um, I think this is a card that's interesting. I could be missing something. I think throwing this into like standby is interesting. There might be situations where for one reason or another, and I don't need to lay out every possible scenario, but like maybe you either don't want to or can't throw out like your level 3 standby combo, and you just sort of need something like on your board that will still generate you resources, and you won't feel bad about playing when you like trigger a standby. Maybe you're low on hand, but you're not necessarily low on stock, and you kind of just need to turn like a standby trigger at like level 2 when you trigger it, or that you have an extra standby in your hand. Maybe you just sort of need to turn it into like a character that will then get you some hand back and some stock. It's tough to say, but I think it's interesting. I Even though like I test Data Live in the simulator a lot, I haven't thrown this into my 8 standby build, but that's like where I initially think this possesses a lot of value. We have started seeing this profile more, I think mostly in Japan. I'm trying to think off the top of my head where we've seen this in English, but I know I've seen it before. But it is interesting. I think there is some use for it. You're not going to smack 4 copies of this into any deck. But it is interesting. It is kind of like interesting if you were playing some. Maybe like I would never hard play this just to sack it off of something, most likely. But like you could, if you're running the Mio top end from Fujimi Volume 2, the one that's on play, dig 3, and on attack, sack a character, discard a card to burn 2. It would be kind of interesting, like if you're playing some sort of standby pants version and you stand by this out and then you use the Mio to sack it, and not only will it give you, you'll pay, you'll be paying the cost for the Mio, but you'll also be getting a stock while also getting a hand back that you could immediately use to discard for like another Mio. I don't know. There might be like some synergy there. I think Pants Standby actually already have good synergy, which I know from testing it plenty of times over the years in various different decks. Card's interesting for sure. The SP for this also looks beautiful. Not that that matters, but Kotori's a funny character. Then we have this first date, Rosweiss. If you're waiting, this is Maureen, but as an early play. But she does have like just an okay condition. If your waiting room has 2 or less climax, she gets -1 level. And then on play, you could sack a character. And then if you do, you look it up to 3 cards, and you add one to hand, put one to stock, rest go to waiting room. I have played this except in blue with the same early play condition and same effect in Kaguya, and I always kind of liked it as like a one of or a two of. At first I didn't think I would like playing something that was basically Maureen but without the burn, uh, especially as like an early play option. But like in practice, it actually works better than I think you would think. Sometimes like you're at that critical point when you're at level 2 where you just need a little bit more help setting up, and you just need a little bit of sculpting, but you can't be expending too many resources. And I think just sacking like some brainstorm you've already used or don't care about anymore, just to sort of get some sort of dig for only 1 stock, and you're getting something back to hand, and you are getting a 2 soul beater on board that will sit like decently big cross turn. 10-5 isn't anything to sneeze at, if you're early playing this. I think this card is interesting to just have as like a one of or a two of. It's not even like the worst card to have when you're level 3 because it's so efficient. If you have even just one extra stock, and an extra character on stage you don't need, this just gives you an additional dig 3 to just see something that you might need, whether it's a climax or another one of your level 3 combo pieces. Like I don't think if you have red, this would be the worst thing to really splash 1 or 2 copies in, just as sort of like, again, another card you're not going to use a lot of games, but like if you really need some dig, this kind of does a lot for very little actual cost, and I do like that. Next, we have this Frolicking by the Beach Talitha. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have four or more other characters, you pick one character in your waiting room and you put it into your stock. So you're effectively burning her out for one stock. And then once she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay one. If you do, you salvage a climax from your waiting room. We have seen this profile, the second part of it at least, a million times for many years. Nothing new about a level 3 that is on play, pay one, salvage a climax. What I personally can't remember seeing before, though, is a level 3 that's on play, pay one, but also replenishes a stock. So it's really more like you're paying two to get your climax back. I think that is really interesting. This sort of card is always just like a one of sort of like tech option. It's something to help you make sure you have your climax when the time comes in case the game just didn't work out where you had it when you were ready to do your, full climax combo. So it's always something you'd rather have and not need than need and not have. I have thrown this into various sets plenty of times when I've been deck building, and I have so rarely actually used it, but I always feel so wary about taking it out because I know the second I take this sort of profile out of my deck, like the next 5 games in a row, I am going to just like need them really. The worst part, in my opinion, might be that it's on green. I do think there's enough green stuff that you could splash in a deck where if you're not playing like green combos and are naturally playing more green anyway, um, like obviously in green decks, this is fine, but I think there is enough green where even if you're not focused on green, you should be able to splash this in, and it's just like a nice one of tech. Next, we have this Rebuilding Amagi Brilliant Park Isuzu. Oh, it's a mouthful. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may put all cards from your hand into your waiting room. If you do, you draw the same number of cards. She is also on attack, pay 2, ditch 2, burn 2. So she is like a reasonable costed off finisher for a burn 2. That sort of cost is something that we have seen uh, enough times. Burn 2 is a good number. Off finisher, not needing a climax isn't bad. I think that first effect, like, it's really funny. Um, Most often, if you're playing this, you're just going to like need it because you either, maybe you're in standby and you just are playing off finishers if you're not playing the level 3 standby combo, which frankly isn't really a finisher in my opinion, even if it is a level 3 climax combo card. Um, but it's not a bad off finisher to have like in anything that splashes green in case you can't tri-field your climax combo. And I think that first effect is something, yet again, here I'll say it again, you're not going to use it most games, but when you're in a situation where you are using this effect, it's probably because you really, 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 really need it. Um, it does not say that like there's really no restriction on this. It's just all of your cards in your. Yes, it stinks that it has to be all of your cards. It's not selective, but let's be real. If it was like you could pick what cards you want to send, that would be kind of broken, to be honest. You are not like minusing. If you play out, maybe you're level 3 and you've got like one or two of your climax combo in your hand. You play them out first, and then you play this, and then you get rid of your hand, and maybe you draw into your climax combo. Like, who knows? Something. I think this is really interesting utility overall, is my point. You're not like, if you are just like hard playing this and you don't plan on using it for the off finisher, I think it loses. I mean, I guess if you're doing that, you really need like a new hand, or really need some dig. But like sometimes you're just gonna have the extra stock. It'll be fine. I think it's something that's interesting. If you are a deck that, if you're building a Fujimi deck that revolves around a lot of off finishers, I think this is awesome. Because it's fairly costed for the type of off finisher that it is, and that first effect is actually really, really interesting. I don't mind it at all. Next, we have this Aptitude of an S rank Idol Kermi. When she's placed on stage from hand, you choose one of the following effects and perform it. You can look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 2 characters from among them, show them to your opponent, add them to hand, everything else goes to waiting room. Or you may choose one of your opponent's characters and bounce it to their hand. Or you may choose one of your opponent's characters and it gets minus 2000 power until end of turn. Notably, with that third option, you don't have to choose something in their center stage. You can choose something in the back row, so you can basically just kill a brainstorm. I don't know if one hand, two stock is really worth it, but you know what? Maybe sometimes it is. Maybe they've got something funky going on back there that you just want to be able to kill. Um, then you don't want to bounce it back to their hand, which with its second effect. But I think this card's very versatile. I think like if you're splashing in yellow, this is like an easy one of. It's removal, and when you don't need removal, it helps you like get more hand. And when you don't need hand, it just helps you like kill something on your opponent's board. Yes, it's you probably don't want to paste two stock just to give like minus 2000 power or something so that you could like run over it in battle. I don't think most matches these days that's going to be like the most important thing. I think it's better for when you don't want to bounce something but you do want to get rid of it and it's like a problematic like level 0 or level 1 that might be sitting on your opponent's backstage, just chilling and like taunting you, you know. Cool card, definitely a decent one of. I'm glad it's on Kurumi because like I could splash it into Data Life. Next we have this Forgetter Net. Um, she is a 3/2 yellow. That is an early play. If you have 2 or less climax in your waiting room, she gets a -1 level. On play, you can sack a character from your stage. If you do, you put the top card of your clock into your stock. I think stock healers are my favorite kind of stock healers. I don't mind that she sacks a character. However, because she's sacking a character, like they were so close to making her really good. All they had to do was say that her early play condition was having 4 more characters. That's it. That's all they had to do. They were so close. I still think it's good. If you're not playing a lot of yellow, you're not gonna change your deck just to fit this card in. Maybe if it was blue, 4 more. I mean, you might have done that. But like if you are already playing yellow, I don't think it's crazy to just throw like a copy or two of this into your deck. If you're using it, it's still good. But 4 more would be a better condition. Not only is it easier to hit, but then it's like you play it out, you sack something, now you have 4 characters again. You could just play out another one and sack another thing and heal to stock. And then for 2 stock, you just got two soul bodies on board and healed 2, which is like super reasonable. Its last effect is when your opponent uses an act, this card gets X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of characters you have, not other characters, just total characters, times 500. I think this is really interesting. Yes, it's not really gaining power on your turn unless your opponent uses some kind of act, which a lot of the time they're not going to be doing, unless they use a backup or something like that. Um, what I do think though is that this could potentially get up to 12,000 if you have a full board, and your opponent is almost assuredly going to be using some kind of act effect on their turn after you've played this out, and then this immediately will jump up to like up to 12k before any assist if you have a full board. The numbers could vary, and I think that is kind of funny. I don't mind that. It does force your opponent to maybe have to decide whether using the act is worth it. Maybe once they use the act, now they can't beat over this because it gets so big. It's definitely interesting. I like how it heals. I like where it heals to. I guess my biggest complaint is that I do just wish it was a 4 more. Not to like bring up Data Live in a set that does have a million Data Live cards, but like Data Live 3 has a early play stock healer that is 4 or more, and it does the same thing. It sacks a character and it lets you heal to stock, and it's a 4 more condition, and it's a phenomenal early play. They could have just done that with this card, and it would have been like, in my opinion, probably the best early play in the set. But it's still good on its own. I don't dislike it at all. If I was playing yellow, I'd splash in a copy or two. We also have this sly, popular light novel author, Utaha. She's from Saikano. She is best girl from Saikano. She's an early play healer that has the best condition, so she is a 4 or more. She gets -1 level in your hand, and when she's placed on stage from hand, if you have 2 or more other characters, which you should if you early played her, because you'll need the 4 or more to do that. You may discard any card from your hand. If you do, you put up to one card from the top of your clock into your waiting room, and you pick one character in your waiting room and you return it to your hand. Um, I do wish that the heal was not tied to the discard. I think 99% of the time when you're using this, it's not going to matter. Whatever your whatever you want to discard any character, you could immediately grab it back. But because of the heavy emphasis on like events and things like that in this set, I could see like niche, very very niche scenarios that really aren't going to come up too much, but I can see them happening where like maybe you've just got a lot of events but you like don't want to use them, you want to hold on to them, and you wouldn't be able to salvage it with this effect and get it right back. It's possible, it happens. I think most of the time it should be fine, and it's like really a non condition. But overall, in green, this is a fantastic. If you're playing green, this is a great healer. Um, you know, I could definitely see some people, even just who aren't really too heavily in green, splashing a couple of extra green cards just because they want to go with this very solid early play heal option. Next, we have this 3/0 event cat nun costume. Doesn't look like a nun to me. This is kind of a funny event because it's like relatively inexpensive. Um, when you use it for no stock, you may pay the cost, which is ditch any two cards. If you do, deal 4 damage to your opponent. We've looked at some finishers in this set that don't require hand, um, or if they do, they're a bit lighter on hand. Because this costs no stock, that's already a huge plus. It's fair that you can only use it at level 0, at level 3, I mean, because you don't need any stock to use it. I think this is a really good supplemental like finisher. It's a great way to either stick a 4 on your main phase, which would feel amazing, or it's a great way to get rid of a climax at the top of your opponent's deck before you move into your like level 3 combo for the turn. This isn't going to work in every, yes, it's yellow already, that some people aren't going to be building decks where yellow works. But I think there are some finishers that don't need like stock up front, or don't need hand at all, or don't need much hand, and it's really not unreasonable to assume that you could just like pay, you're essentially spending 3 cards from your hand to burn 4 because you have to count the copy of the event itself. But I think that's like not unreasonable with some of the level 3 combos in the set, and that is really interesting. Probably the weakest aspect of it is that it is an event. So, but we've also discussed that there are plenty of climax combos or just cards in general that will dig for cards or will specifically dig for events or something like that. So I think if you're really trying to make this card work, this set is probably one of the easiest modern. It's Fujimi Volume 2 is probably one of the most event-friendly sets like in modern English Weiss. Events sort of haven't been too great for a while. I mean, yes, we did just have an event go onto the ban list in English with Bane Dream, but to be fair, that card is just a reprint of an event that was printed some time ago, so I don't think it really counts as a new event. For the most part, events haven't really like done too much, but I think Fujimi does a lot to not only give actually good events, but also sort of just have the deck support getting those events and into your hand from one way or another. So I do like this as an off finisher. You'll know based on what finisher you're playing whether it's feasible to assume that you can afford the hand cost on this. Next, we have another event, Insatiable Appetite. This is an event that has been discussed in a couple of cards that specifically mention it, like the level 1 combo that I assume has the same girl on it. Her name might have been Lena. I don't remember. I don't know what this IP is, but the redhead girl looked familiar. But she's an interesting counter event. She does cost a stock to use, so keep that in mind because her effect requires you to send all of your stock into your waiting room, and you will do that after you pay the one just to use this. So that one that you pay to use this will not be a part of the rest of the stock that you send. Just keep that in mind. So what this card does is once you do that, once you send all of your stock to the waiting room, you perform the following action X times. Choose one of your characters, and it gets the following ability until end of turn. The character facing this card gets -1 soul. X is equal to the number of cards put into your waiting room by this effect. I think this is a very solid defensive tool, just like with the previous event we discussed. There are certain sets that there are certain level 3 combos, I mean, that they are not, they don't require stock to use. They don't require hand to use, or they don't require that much hand to use. This is sort of like a one-up. You can't be using multiple copies in a turn because it sends all of your stock. But that means you don't have to grab more than one. I think even though it's using all of your stock, if you are, this isn't something you want to use when your opponent like pushes you to level 3, and you haven't done your level 3 combo yet. I guess if that happens, like, your opponent hits level 3 first, you're still like mid 2 or something. They start doing their climax combo and they're really just sticking damage on you. I guess it's you don't want to have to send all of your stock before you actually do your level 3 turn, but I guess if the alternative is dying, this card can be an absolute lifesaver in that situation, but it's still, in my opinion, an incredibly strong defensive tool, even just outside of that. If you're playing something like the Mio level 3 pants combo that doesn't require any stock, if you're playing that yellow mocha that, I mean, isn't too great to be honest, but like if you're playing something like that, this is a good defensive tool. I do really like that you are picking your own characters and they are gaining the ability that the opponent's character across from them loses the soul, rather than having this card just pick your opponent's characters and making them lose the soul. Because your opponent might have a character or a card that gives their character the ability that it can't be chosen by effects. Um, just this week, discussed Eminence and how they shut. Well, I guess actually, you know what? I shouldn't do this when I'm tired. I'm realizing now Eminence just turns off backups and events completely. So that's not a good example. But imagine there is a character. Imagine you're in a mirror match against Fujimi and you're playing some Fujimi build and your opponent is playing that green bar combo, the one that has the 2-1 assist that we discussed, that gives the level 3 combo the ability that it can't be chosen by your opponent's effects. Well, that's perfectly fine because this card is not choosing your opponent's characters, which, for anyone who doesn't know, is what a lot of this sort of neg soul backup counter thing like does. They very often just directly choose your opponent's characters, but you are picking your own characters and they are gaining the ability that just without choosing your opponent's character, the character across just loses the soul. I think that's pretty impactful. Um, this probably it could save you when you get pushed to 3 and you're like in kill range. Of course, at that point you're not going to have a level 3 game because you're using all of your stock. That's mandatory. Um, but I think the fact that like if you are playing one of the climax combos at level 3, you hit level 3 first, and you're playing one of the combos that doesn't require stock to use it, you're going to have at least 3 stock at the end of your turn, assuming you did the full 3 attacks, which means that you're going to get at least a -2 soul on something, or -1 soul on 2 things. But if you have like any more stock than that, this thing's value just increases like exponentially. I think like even if it's just one, even if you're just starting at like 1 to 2 extra stock in addition to what I just said, I think that can be really, really impactful. Once you start doing like a full -3 soul, you're almost like negating an opponent's attack for the turn. Plus, the fact that you don't have to give it to the character that's in battle is really nice because your opponent could have a lane where something's like preventing you from using backups or events during that battle. So it's nice that like if they have a card like that and they attack with a different lane first, you could still give it to like the other lane that you want to give it to if you're in a situation like that. I think it's just versatile enough. I like this event a lot. Fujimi doesn't really pop up a ton in topping list in Japan, so it's tough to say like what the topping decks for Fujimi even are and whether or not they're playing this event. But I think this is a very solid Nig Soul event. And if I was playing red, I would definitely find a way to splash that in, so long as I was playing at one of the top ends that like didn't involve stock. That will be it for the notable level threes. Definitely more to talk about than the level twos and the level ones. There's nothing too crazy, but there's definitely, I think, some unique things that are like really interesting to just throw in depending on if you can make colors work. There's some really solid offensive and defensive utility in the level three game for Fujimi. Next up, going to talk about the collectability of this set. I think this set is fantastic. It's a double-edged sword for collectors. It's fantastic because it draws from a lot of different IPs, and the art is absolutely stunning, and there's a whole bunch of really nice cards to collect. The downside to this set is that it's difficult to know how well it's going to sell. The last the last time we got a set like this was Dengeki Bunko, and that was a set that was so weird because people really, really, really wanted that set, and it just felt like it was a set that we were never going to get in English. And then when we got and for anyone who doesn't know, Dengeki Bunko is a set that's super similar to this in the sense that it draws from a whole bunch of different IPs and puts them all in one set, and there's like 50 different SPs, and you can have a huge variety of characters that would never series that would never get their own Weiss set, but now they're all sort of clumped into like this one thing. Like Dengeki Bunko had Toradora, it had Shana, which did get its own set in English separately from that. I guess that's a bad example, but it had like a Devil as a Part Timer had some cards. It had that show about the girl that eats a lot of pizza. I forgot the name of it. Something about an alien eating pizza. Not that that's relevant, but this set is very similar to that. Like the issue with like something like Dengeki Bunko is it was a set that people thought that we were never going to get, and then they announced it for English, and I noticed something that was just like really strange from the community is like they had already like talked themselves into like, oh, we're never going to get that set. So like while certainly there were people that became very excited that it was coming to English and that sort of thing, it almost seemed like people had just talked themselves into just not caring about the set anymore, whereas they previously had been upset thinking they would never get it, and maybe they just got so down thinking that we would never get it that they couldn't even be cheered up when we did get it. And the point of me saying all that is that when it came out, there seemed to be way more demand than there was supply, and that was a real issue. It You can get like base rarity stuff from that set without like really any issue, but a set like this is largely for the collectors. It was the same thing with Bunko, the Dengeki Bunko. There are great cards in this. This set's not gonna we're gonna talk about in the next slide. It's not gonna be like the most competitive thing ever, but this is very much a set that is like a collector's wet dream. People who don't even if you play Weiss, great, you'll find stuff you like. And this has enough IPs, there's enough cool cards. But if you don't know, if you only collect Weiss, you don't even know how to play the game, this set is like going to be one of your favorite sets of the year. Even if it might be one of the most frustrating, just because there's so many different IPs and so many of the cards look stunning, and you can get so many of them signed. I think from like the 50-ish SPs in this set, it's like nearly 30 of them are from the voice actor. Basically, like half of them roughly are signed by the voice actors, and half of them are signed by the creators. But like the problem with that Geki Bunko that I said is like there was now suddenly all this demand. Once it came out, it was people were like it was almost like they were so surprised, like they didn't think it would happen. They were like, "Oh, surely Bushiroad is just doing an April Fool's joke or something like that" when they announced it. I don't know what it was. It was a weird thing to witness. Someone who has never seen that type, who's been around the block for Weiss for a while now, and hasn't really seen the same sort of reaction to a set. Typically, if people aren't excited about a set, they typically stay unexcited about a set. But with Bunko, they were excited when it came out in Japan and then like got depressed thinking it would never come here and then didn't get cheered up that much when it was announced because I guess they were still depressed. Um, and then when it came out, all of a sudden, like, wow, it's real, it's really happening. I really want this. And there was just a lot of people that wanted, you're only getting like 3 SPs in a case, and when you got like 50 of them and the supply isn't too high to begin with, that can be a real problem. Now, I think Fujimi is going to be opened up more than like Dengeki Bunko was. But at this point in time, I started recording this video like several days ago and I have to keep doing it piecemeal. But this part of the video is being recorded on release day, Friday, April 24th. It is the same day that Eminence and Shadow is releasing. There is a huge difference in the way that these sets are being released. Eminence, people, there's so much supply for Eminence. Some of the SPs are a little hard to come by right now because there's only one SP in a case for Eminence. And I only bring that up, but like, the, even with that, there's still a lot of supply. There's so many people that are opening, and it's clear that tons and tons and tons of cases are being opened. Lots of stores are opening them. Like and this video is not sponsored by anyone, so like Common Ground, they are one of the biggest openers of Weiss nowadays. They opened a crap ton of Eminence based on their polls. They must have opened like 30 cases or something like that. Now, I think they're probably the second biggest single opener of Fujimi, but the difference between how many Fujimi cases they opened and Eminence cases they opened, if you're just basing it off like the number of SPs that they posted for sale, and showed in pictures that they pulled, it's absolutely insane. Strictly Broken, old OGs will like know Strictly. They opened Eminence. They haven't been opening Weiss for a while. They seem to mostly be out of it, which is really sad for the community and has been, but that's a separate discussion. However, they came back to open up Eminence and they posted singles for sale for Eminence. They did not open Fujimi. Tressa's seem to have opened a ton of Eminence based on the cards they had for sale on their website, if you just count the SSPs and the SPs that were for sale. However, they only posted 3 SPs for Fujimi, which tells me that unless they kept some SPs for either themselves or for their booth, that they only opened one case. And even if they did keep some for themselves or for their booth to sell or to customers there, if they only had 3 that they put on their website for sale, it probably means they didn't open that many more than a case anyway. Um, there was another notable card shop in California that a few months ago, they sent out an email to their customers saying that there was a problem with their distributor and that there was some miscommunication, and something like 60 cases of Fujimi Volume 2 were just never ordered. Now, just before the set came out, they did say that they actually were able to get some Fujimi cases in, and so they would be able to ship some of the cases. But like my guess is they didn't get the full 60-ish or so that they said back, and something like 60 cases, in the grand scheme of things, when you look at sets like Eminence even, or Azurlane or Hololive or Nikkei, sure, 60 cases is, retail that's like over 60 grand worth of product, but just in terms of how many cases are being opened, it's not that many in the grand scheme of things, but for something like Fujimi, that is absolutely devastating. It messes with the supply so much, and that's because there was already so much strain on the supply. I I am seeing a few people who really want a lot of the Fujimi stuff, but whatever it is, they don't seem to be opening cases themselves. Now, I don't open sealed product, but I know people and see people online. Tons of people seem to be opening Eminence while also searching for the cards that they didn't pull. But they are opening the product themselves. They are buying boxes or cases and opening it. I'm just not seeing a lot of people that are opening Fujimi. Now, we do get sets where, you know, they're not opened a ton at first, but it's not like there isn't a supply for them. It's more like the opening will happen in drips, 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 like throughout time. Dengeki, if you, as someone who collected 4 copies of the Shana Level 3 SP, which was the most valuable card in the set, and a beautiful card also, that card took some perseverance. It took a while to find the 4 copies that I wanted, and I know that like the other SPs in the set that I want, I could find all of them over time, but by like over time, what I mean is like realistically, as someone who's been in this game a while and they see the trends and stuff, I think if I wanted to get like a playset of all the SPs I needed to like build the deck I want to play, um, for something like that, it could realistically take me like a year or more, just because people at this point that have them, they have most likely sought them out already and they like the IP and they don't want to give them up, and they're not going for sale too often. There's so many of them. So, and it just wasn't opened a ton. Based on the early reactions for Fujimi that I'm seeing with people posting stuff, I think like people are opening it, but like I don't think the numbers are great. Either the numbers are great, but people are loving their polls and they are just not putting them up for sale, which could be a thing, or it's just like not being opened a ton. We can make all sorts of arguments as to why that is. You could make an argument that maybe the release date shouldn't have been the same day as Eminence. I would support that argument. Union Arena is an anime-based card game just like Weiss, and until recently, they had this really annoying habit of releasing two sets on the same day, and they did that over and over and over and over again. However, Union Arena is run by Bandai. They are getting these massive shonen anime into their and turning them into sets for their game, and those sorts of series just have like more fans. Essentially, also Bandai has more marketing power, so more people are aware that Union Arena exists. It's a game that supports it better. Weiss is not really a game that can support, just based on the number of people that play it and collect it. While it's not an insignificant number of players and collectors, it's and Weiss has been around for a good long while. Lots of card games do fail. Weiss has been able to survive and form like a nice little niche for itself. But that doesn't mean it's at a point where it can have two releases that should be two major releases released on the same day. I think that was pretty stupid. And I think we're only 1 month out from Oshi being released, and that was a massive set that a lot of people bought into. Eminence as an English exclusives tend to do well. People do get excited for them, whether the set's good or not. People do just sort of like having them. And Eminence is popular, and I have seen a ton of hype for that set, and I just haven't seen too many people talk about Fujimi the same way, which is like disappointing. I'm seeing people that are making buy posts for SPs and stuff, but that's about it. I'm just not seeing a ton of things going up for sale. I think the supply is out there, but it's something that's definitely slower. I think this is a set that's going to be harder to collect than something like Eminence or a lot of other sets. You know, for anyone unfamiliar, TCG Player is like the big card marketplace in the U.S. In Europe, it's a site called Card Market. Card Market said a few months ago that they had made the decision that they would no longer be posting singles for Weiss to their site. They would still sell sealed products, so like boxes and cases, but they said in their reasoning that Weiss was pumping out too much product too quickly. That's not word for word, but that's essentially what they said. That was part of the reason why they decided. They said it was too much to keep up with, and they needed to focus their resources on other things. It takes time to sort of like code all that stuff into your website and upload the pictures and the text and code it all and blah 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 blah. So they made the decision that it would just be better for them if they stuck to only listing the sealed products, which takes you down from hundreds of cards a set to a handful at most. um we had we had we just had releases recently like Oshi that was like a really huge release. There's only so much money that's in the Weiss game. Eminence coming a month later is already one thing. 2 to 3-ish weeks from now, we have the Overlord Extra Booster coming out. That's a lot of major releases in a very short time frame, and there aren't an unlimited number of people that are in the Weiss community, and something had to give at some point. Fairy Tail had a lot of flaws with it. The thing is that we didn't know its flaws in terms of collectability and stuff until once it was released. At that point, pre-orders were already locked and loaded, so there was already, even if and Fairy Tail's a huge IP, and I think a lot of people bought cases for Fairy Tail based on like seeing how many people were posting things and stuff like that. That's another major set that came out, just a little over a month ago. I think, there's always going to be people willing to buy and stuff like that, but at a certain point, the well does run dry. And I don't think the well is quite dry, but you do need to give people time to sort. There is a lot of overlap between sets. There are lots of people that do not buy into every set. I don't buy into every set. And lots of people do that. That's fine. But, they've been pumping out some pretty generic, popular things for a while. And when you already have a smaller player slash collectors base than some other games, there is going to be a decent amount of overlap between people buying into multiple different sets. And when you release sets that are popular and people want within a short time frame, some sets are going to suffer because of that. Overlord's super popular, even though it's an extra booster and it's not going to probably sell as well as a regular booster. I'm sure there are people that have had to make the decision, oh, I can't buy Fujimi or I can't buy Eminence because I got to get ready for Overlord. Um, you know, there's other stuff coming in the near future, but I think just having three pretty big releases within the span of like roughly 3 weeks and 1 month after Oshi and 1.5 months after Fairy Tale. I just don't think that was a good release schedule decision on Bushiroad's part. All of everything I'm saying is sort of like just gauging just general chatter through like the Weiss community, which I do frequent. I'm on those things every day, reading stuff and interacting with people and that sort of thing, and just like trends that I've noticed over the years with Weiss. So I'm drawing from that. It's not like I have hard proof that, oh, because Eminence came out on the same day, 100 people that were going to buy a case decided not to buy a case of Fujimi and they bought a case of Eminence instead. It's not like I have any facts or statistics like that, but it is something that I think, did contribute. And if something had to give, I think it, as much as it stinks because I do like the set and I do think it's a highly collectible set that is really, really cool. It's beautiful art and stuff. Fujimi was just sort of always going to be the obvious one. I think it just needed breathing room. It's not like it's a set that was ever going to do numbers like Oshinoko or something like that, but I do think it did suffer because of where they chose to release it. And that's really unfortunate. I think collectability wise, that means it's just going to be harder to get stuff. Base rarity, you pick up a play set quickly. There's 15 double rares in the set, which could be problematic. We'll see how that goes. People might just not want to buy into the set at that point. 15 double rares doesn't matter. We will see if this is purely a collector's or if people buy into like the set because they also want to play it, not just collect it. So that's going to take some time to really see. We have seen sets in recent memory that double rares were hard to come by, even like on release. Makin had a couple of double rares that shot up through the roof because it was a set that wasn't opened a ton, but then all of a sudden, people decided that they really wanted to buy the set. And while Makin did eventually recover, and there more supply came into people were opening a bit more, and that did alleviate the problem a bit. For a little while, where were these people when like pre-orders were happening? Just it's as much as it stinks, and it'd be nice if Bushiroad wasn't just print to order or whatever. And to be honest, everyone says Bushiroad is print to order. The truth is, it's not a pure print to order. Distributors are allowed to order more than what their customers put in. They're allowed to have extra. And also, from everything that I've been told, it's not just print strictly to what distributors order. Bushiroad will print like a certain amount more than the actual orders that they get. They do start printing these things generally like a decent amount in advance and stuff like that. So it's roughly print to order, but it's not exactly print to order. But I think everyone knowing that the spring was going to be a busy time for Weiss, starting in March, particularly after you could make the argument that like it had been a very quiet few months in Weiss. We had Azure Lane Volume 2 in October, and that was a huge, massive release. I'm sure it was one of the best-selling sets of the year. Rest of October, pretty, nothing was going on. Not much really went on in September. Literally nothing happened in August because Girls Band Cry got delayed, and that was the August release. So nothing happened in August. And then the big release before that was July with Bane Dream. But that means August, nothing happened. September, basically nothing happened. October was Azure. November was Konosuba, which was, I love Konosuba. People love Konosuba, but that set came way too late and it was practically dead on arrival. It should have done better than it did, but that was just bad timing. Just like this set, I think. December didn't have anything. January was Girls Band Cry, and then there was Dan to Dan, which was pretty popular, but Girls Band Cry was basically dead on arrival. McKean, I mean, I love McKean, and I bought into it a lot, but like that had issues where there wasn't enough supply in the initial run because too many people wanted it that didn't order it. You could argue that there was like a dead period where people were like maybe just not buying stuff because like the products weren't as interesting. Maybe they were recovering from something like Azure Volume 2. I'm someone who buys a lot of Weiss, and I bought like next to nothing for like a few months, just because there wasn't anything I was interested in, which meant that once sets did start coming out, like I had some money to spend on them. But like even then, I bought into Danadan, I bought into McKean, I bought into Oshi, I bought into Eminence literally yesterday and today at the time of this recording. Um, you know, it's at a certain point, there's only, the well, again, it does run dry eventually. There's always going to be somebody that's willing to buy something, but you do need to give people time to recover. You can't just have like a drought and then just shove some massive releases all at once, especially when people know that we have some big releases on the horizon. People are excited about Uma Musume. Blue Archive does have its fans, even if I think the animation set is just okay. We just got the release date for ReZero, which ReZero is one of like the biggest properties that Weiss has had, and that's going to be a big selling set for multiple reasons. So people are going to start. I know people who are saying, "Oh, I was going to buy into Eminence, but then they literally told me that I was going to buy like into Eminence, for example, but I didn't because they just announced the release date for ReZero, so I've got to save for that." Even if though we knew that ReZero was coming, now that we know when it's coming, they have to save for that. Uh, you know, I think that sort of thing with just too many good releases too quickly, too short a time span. I don't want to complain that there's good releases, but I think you can't throw a set that is already facing an uphill battle compared to sets like Eminence and ReZero and Oshinoko and Fairy Tail, which Fujimi is in an uphill battle against those sets, even though it's a good set for a lot of reasons. You do that, you need to give it space to breathe. Otherwise, it is just going to suffocate from all the people jumping into those other sets. So this was basically like a 20-minute spiel about why the collectability of the set is high from a purely objective standpoint, and I love it. But for anyone that wants to collect this set, you're going to just need to, if you want multiple SPs, you're most likely going to just need to have a little bit of patience or be willing to drastically overspend. But patience, I think, will be your best friend, because even if you're willing to overspend, I think it's going to be opened up very slowly, which is a real shame because this set should be bigger than what I think release day should be when a set is like close to its peak or at its peak. And this release is a little tepid in my opinion, especially when it releases on the same day as Eminence and people are losing, they're going batshit crazy for Eminence, and I'm one of them. I spent too much money yesterday and today on Eminence, though I can't wait to start getting my cards. Anyway, moving on. This set, it has 15 double rares. Of course, we've got the usual commons and stuff like that. Who cares about those? 15 double rares, massive set. I already complained in my set overview for Eminence this week that that's a set that has 11 double rares and it didn't need 11 double rares, and 11 is too many. For context, for people unfamiliar, generally sets will have 10 double rares and you will get 2 full playsets of double rares in a case. Once you go beyond that, you're not going to get the full second playset, and this has 15 double rares, which is absolutely huge. However, I think the double rares in this set, for the most part, are like better than the double rares that are in Eminence. So I said a lot in my like Eminence set review the other day that um, half or more than half of these are not double rare profiles. I don't know what they were doing. I think the 15, maybe not every one of the 15 double rares in Fujimi, I think they're actually very good. They also have some really great art behind them. A lot of the art is the same between the base rarity and the foils, but like they're good art. They look gorgeous. So even if you just want to like collect base rarity stuff, you don't want to pay the money for foils or you're not interested in foils, I think like you could get some nice looking double rares from various properties and be very happy. After that, we have 133 SRs, which is absolutely massive. Like that's huge. That is really, 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 really big. We've had sets with 80, we've had sets with 90 before, but 133 SRs. On the one hand, I absolutely love it because I like when everything has a foil option that is not an SP or like a secret or an SSP. I like being able to like if I don't want to spend the money on an SP, I still have a foil option to sort of like mid rarity my deck, in between low rarity and max rarity it, and just get some nice foil cards for me personally it would be like Psychono cards and Data Life cards just to get a little bit of shiny stuff without breaking the bank. The issue is that 133 is a lot and the ratios still suck for SRs because Bushiroad is just too cheap to print a little bit of extra foiling in every box. And the fact that the set is going to have issues with being opened up, could mean that these SRs are even harder to find, which is already an issue when you have sets that have only 80 to 90 SRs in them. Even if they're open massively, it still creates a big price discrepancy between the most hotly desired ones and the ones that aren't so desired. But still, I do like that everything gets a foil, or just about everything gets a foil. Bushiroad is the problem. They just need to up the number of SRs you actually get, in a box. That's really all they have to do. 17 triple rares. So the trial deck has some triple rares that are characters. This list does not include the trial deck, but there is a trial deck that's got some triple rares, and it's got at least I think it's got two TDSPs. There might be three though. But I think these will be the triple rares in this, and the main booster will be the climaxes. They look really nice. It's always good when the climaxes have a foil version. I remember back in the day when not every climax would get a foil version. So it's nice that you have that. And then look at that, we've got the 47 SPs. You factor in the trial deck, you're at like 50. I don't know most of the properties in Fujimi. I love Data Live, so I want to get some of the Data Live SPs, but like this is a collector's paradise just from a purely quantity standpoint. The fact that there are so many different franchises represented in this and that they're signed by either the voice actors or the creators of the IP, I think that's really great. You know, we do have the supply issue, and you'll be able to find what you want to find. You're just going to have patience for it. But we've had these sets before that have massive amounts of SPs, and you're able to find them. Of course, typically those sets with an abundance of supply are like Nikkei and Hololive and Azure Lane, but still, you got a lot of options for this. The art's gorgeous on the SPs. There are so many SPs that I was looking at that like I didn't even read what the card did. I don't even know what the card's from. I'm just like, wow, that's a damn good looking card, and that's a good looking signature on it. I want to find out more about what this is just because of how nice it is. There's also 5 secrets. Um, Now, secrets, not always. These are not secret pluses, which is fantastic because secret pluses are a garbage rarity and should be discontinued. Secrets, not always, but secrets are usually one per master case. It does seem like, and that's not something that Bushiroad ever guarantees. I fully understand that. But it appears like from people who have opened the set that it's not one per master case to get an SEC, but it roughly averages out to about 1 in 3 cases, which isn't terrible. Yeah, it's not like, it'd be nicer if it was one per master, obviously. But it's better than Secret Pluses, which generally are more like 1 in 9 cases to get one. There are 5 in this set. I don't think they're necessarily bad. Obviously, the Chase one is going to be this Rios, which is not only a fantastic card, but you know, Rios from set one Fujimi was already like probably the most sought after card. People just look, we can be blunt here. Kids shouldn't be looking at this card or whatever, but there's literally a Rios card in this set that we looked at that is called Summon Boobs with like 10 freaking million O's in it so that you could just be like summon boobs. You know, I never finished High School DxD because I didn't care for that sort of thing. Obviously a lot of people do. That I don't know the character. I don't know if that's what she's all about, but that's how they portray her on Weiss cards because they want to make money and they know that sort of thing will make money. However, I cannot deny that the card does look really nice. I'm sure Common Ground, I think, sold theirs. They had theirs listed for like 2,500 and it sold immediately. It's a fantastic card. I discussed this card. I think this card, just even in its base rarity form, could be like it's definitely one of the best cards in the set. It's just a really fantastic brainstorm. But like, you want to open stuff, you like High School DxD, well, here's your top chase card. There are four other secrets in the set. There is a Kurumi secret for Data Life fans. Now, I think that Kurumi is actually one of the worst cards in the set. Didn't even discuss it in this because I think it's just that bad. But I cannot deny that it actually does look fantastic. But God, is it not a good card. I hate it so much. And then the other three secrets, they're not necessarily bad cards. I do not know the franchises that they're from, but they do look really nice. So that is good. I'm sure that each series will have its own set of fans that will chase them. And then, here's just a picture at some of the SPs. I only know the Kurumi from Data Live. I don't know what the other two IPs are. They could even be from the same IP and I'd have no idea. But I can't deny that they look beautiful. They're just nice looking cards with nice looking art. And I could see why this is a set that is just chased a lot, like Dengeki Bunko eventually wound up being. Whereas a set that people just wanted to get some nice shiny cards from some more niche franchises, stuff that is never going to get a Weiss set on its own. Obviously, I'm not counting Data Live and that, but plenty of other things that aren't ever going to get a Weiss set. So it is just nice. So collectability wise, the set is brought down by things that have nothing to do with the set itself, like timing, that sort of thing. If you just look at the set in a vacuum and we do not factor in the practical concerns like supply and that sort of thing, I think this is a fantastic collector set. There's so much to like. I love Data Live, right? However, I want to now go look at these other things that aren't Data Live or Psychono because the art on these cards has just like stunned me so much and made me actually interested in these other IPs, similar to like what Dengeki Bunko did, except I think this set looks even better than Dengeki Bunko with the art that it pulled for the set. There's just so many interesting things and it sort of does what Weiss sets out to do, where you just get a bunch of like pretty girls and you just put them on trading cards. You have nice art, you give them a bunch of foil options, you put a bunch of signatures in the set, and on paper it should sell itself. And honestly, this set should have sold itself, but objectively, collectors wise, I think this is definitely right now it's April, and near the end of April, April 24th, when I'm saying this in 2026. Right now, I think this set easily is like the best collector's set of the year, purely because of the sheer variety that is in it. Now I don't know most of the things, so like I bought into Makin a ton, and I bought into Oshi a ton, and I bought into Eminence a ton. Um, you know, but and I'm not going to be buying into this. And I collect cards as well as play them. The difference is like, I know Oshi, I know Makin, I know Eminence. So like that is why I'm spending money on those as opposed to this, not factoring in the supply issue for Fujimi Volume 2. But from like a collector standpoint, there is just a lot of types of cards for a lot of different types of people. You don't need to like when something like Eminence comes out, you either like Eminence or you don't. When Oshi comes out, you either like Oshi or you don't. That's how it is for pretty much every set. um With this, you don't have to like Data Live, but you could like the some of the other IPs in this set. You don't have to like all. You could like just one of them in the entire set, and there's still going. There's so many different series that are represented within this set that it can potentially just draw a lot of eyes to it. The set one for Fujimi did have like a decent number of different IPs that were represented, but I think there was only like seven SPs in it and like a few FBRs, which were also signed cards. I think those were signed by the creators. They absolutely dialed it up to 11 with this by throwing in 47 plus the five secrets. And thank God they weren't secrets. Otherwise, that Rias would have been like so much more expensive. Um, but I think like this really is a collector's wet dream because odds are, you know, while I know a lot of the things in this series are like more niche, I like the big popular Data Live. That is like that is pretty popular. Um, and that's probably why I think it has the most individual cards in the set. But I also like Saikano, and that's also one of the ones that is going to be more popular, even if it is more niche when compared to, something like Eminence or Oshi or whatever. But it's got so many different things represented. That's really all it had to do. You don't need to like everything in the set. And I think that makes it a fantastic set. I think based on the current release calendar, we just don't have anything in English, at least. I mean, in English, we don't have anything that's currently announced to be released that really is anything like this set. And unfortunately, my big concern is that after Dengeki Bunko was handled, and after how this is going, we might not get future sets like this in English. But maybe it's not worth it to Bushiroad. There was a new Bunko set that just came out in Japan that I'm very interested in. Maybe it's always a long shot to be getting these sorts of sets to begin with. If it keeps happening where like they're not getting sold as well as, something like Eminence or Oshi, they might just switch their attention to only focusing on these bigger IPs like Oshi and Eminence and Fairy Tail, and ReZero. They're in it to make money, and that would just be a real shame. So I really hope that things turn around, and we'll see what happens. But if you don't mind hunting for things, this is definitely a really fantastic set for you. And by the end, depending on what gets announced to be released in the second half of the year, because right now I think we only have releases through August. Um, this could be oh, well, I guess we have Nikkei coming out in September. That's going to be a huge collector set. Even if you have to basically like Nikkei or you're not going to like the set, but I still think this is going to be one of the top collector sets of the year if you're not focused on sales or something, just in terms of the value that this set brings to a wide variety of people and interests. Almost done with this video. Going to move on to the competitiveness of this set. Um, I like this set. I think it's a solid set. I think its level 3 combos are kind of muted. A couple of them do have the potential for sure to like totally just stomp on your opponent, and that is very strong. The issue that I think is that they aren't necessarily like they're too luck based. They're not dealing consistent damage. They could be great, but they could also just not work out. I think though the shell of Fujimi Volume 2, there's so much good stuff. I like multiple level 1 combos, and I like a lot of the level 3 combos, do not get me wrong. They're just not as explosive as some of the combos that are currently dominating the English game. Stuff like the Akane from Oshi or the Kana from Oshi, or like even though like something like Gura before it got hit, or Aki from Chainsaw Man before it got hit, like just cards that are able to close out games from like your opponent doesn't have to be level 3 and you feel confident you can win. There aren't really like there's a couple of climax combos in this set at level 3 that could maybe do that if things really go your way. Unfortunately, it's too much of like a coin flip, and while I still think they're good combos, you know, you can the game right now, because of like power creep, it is slowly becoming more where it used to be like, can your finisher kill consistently from level 3 when your opponent was level 3? Now, climax combos at level 3 are more like, how consistently can your combo kill from like mid 2 or maybe even lower than that? And they're slowly becoming more focused on being able to kill from like even lower than mid 2, you know, so it's I don't this set obviously is not going to compete with those sorts of decks that can do that. However, I think its level 0 game is fantastic. I think it's really versatile, lots of utility, lots of interesting things in all sorts of colors, lots of different stuff you could go for. I think, you've got an interesting combo or two at level 0. You've got several really good level 1 combos. Uh, even if your level 1 game and level 2 game outside of your climax combo might be lacking a little bit, you still have all the tools you need. You have stock swap because they are reprinting it for the set. And it's level 0, unless I'm forgetting. I think it's level 0 stock swap, which is fantastic. You just have a lot going for you. You have so many different types of brainstorms that are really good. Um, I think a lot of the time consistency, especially now that we're going into a trios format regional season, I think consistency is very important for a game like Weiss, and I think Fujimi does that really well with set 2. I think you are going to have a very strong start to like any game, unless you open like 8 climaxes, just because you have a fantastic level 0 lineup. I think you're really good for level 1 combos. And then, you got enough pieces to get to the level 3. And at that point, depending on what you're sort of going for, you want to gamble a little bit. You play one of the combos that's good, but can rely a bit more on luck than other things. Or you go for some really consistent burns, like the level 3 bar that lets you choose your damage. Like, that is a really unique thing that not really much else in this game, English game, currently is allowing you to do, which it definitely has value. And I think that sort of thing is really good. Then you got things that are just like, they're basic, like the Mio that's just a burn 2, but it's a burn 2 that because of the way it does it, it enables you to do other things, either defensively or offensively. And I think that because of that, the set does enough elsewhere that it makes up for that. You're not really going to kill your opponent from like further than mid 2 with anything in this deck, unless they're just like out 8 climaxes. And even mid 2 can be like a real stretch for pretty much most of these, if we're being totally honest. Um, but the fact that you do have access to stock swap and you do have some great defensive tools, some bonus offensive tools, some fantastic utility, and a really solid foundation, I think means that I don't expect Fujimi to really top during singles, but because people like all these different IPs, and trios format tends to be a bit more casual a lot of the time, especially when you're just pulling people that like aren't necessarily the most competitive just to have enough people for a team. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Fujimi have a little bit of representations on some random teams sometimes, just because that's what the person felt like playing and was into, and because it is also consistent enough to just work. And I think that's fine. And even, if that doesn't wind up coming to pass, and if it did come to pass, it's not going to be in like crazy high numbers, I don't think, though I could be wrong. I think like at a locals level, people are going to have a real blast with Fujimi that buy into it. I could see, just based on the art alone, it being the sort of thing where people who are playing it at their locals, they're playing against someone who's not familiar with it. Their opponent sees it and they're just intrigued by the art, or maybe they recognize one of the like the more niche IPs that they didn't realize was in Fujimi Volume 2, and now they get interested and they decide they want to build a little something something from it. And I think, that sort of thing is really great too. And I could see this doing really well at a locals level. I'm definitely, once I'm done fully testing Oshinoko and done testing Eminence, and I decide to be a little more casual, I'm definitely going to pick up some Fujimi things that aren't just Data Live, and I will definitely be playing it a little bit when I want to be a little more casual. But I still think it's fine. There's nothing wrong with having a solid shell and having very competent finishers, even if they are not the most explosive. Just, don't, If you have to pick one, if you're watching this and you're watching this video to know, I only have enough money for a Fujimi playset or something like an Oshinoko playset, and I want to be the best, most competitive player I can be at a regional. I don't want to let my team down this season, and I really don't care which one I buy. I just want to be the best. Well, you're going to go with something like Oshi. You're going to go with something like that. You're not going to pick Fujimi if you want to be the absolute best in the room. But if you're buying into it anyway and you have fun with it and you're a skilled enough player and you practice with it, just like with a lot of decks, it has like every modern tool for the most part that you could really need to keep up with anything else in the room. You just, are going to need a little bit more luck on your side. If your opponent is canceling a bit too much and they're not too deep into two, but you hit three a little early. But as long as you're okay with that, I think you should be just fine with Fujimi Volume 2 in a tournament environment. Now, to wrap things up, we're finally at the end. I'm going to be honest, I thought I was going to finish this thing in like 2 hours because I like the set, but I just didn't think that I would have as much to say. I think that slide that we just focused on level zeros is really what contributed to this long run time. Plus, I didn't mean to rant as much when I talked about the collectability portion of this set, but I just felt pretty passionate, or at least very strongly, about the flaws regarding the set that have nothing to do with the actual contents of the set itself, and that was just really disappointing. But if you take out those two portions, then the timing on this was actually pretty good. But anyway, overall, I do like the set a lot. I think Fujimi Volume 1 wasn't necessarily bad when it came out, but it's super dated. This set really does a lot to just be its own standalone set while also being a modern set. It feels like a modern set. I don't think it's fair to compare this set from a player standpoint to something like Oshinoko Volume 2. When you just start comparing every set to the absolute best or second best like competitive set out there right now for English, I think it's a disservice to sets because of course there's always going to be something that's better unless you are the best. And it's not really fair to just compare, well, it's good, but it's not Oshi. Well, not every set needs to do that. You know what happens when every set feels like it needs to top the previous set in terms of like how strong the cards are? You get a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! And then all of a sudden a few years go by and you realize that the cards they're printing are so insane and are so powerful and they do everything you need for no cost that it just sort of starts sucking the life out of the game and takes away the fun. And I could say that as someone who played Yu-Gi-Oh for 20 years and still loves it very dearly, but does not play competitively or locally because I got tired of that sort of thing. And fortunately, Weiss has a better handle on it than Konami does with their game. So I think Fujimi is an example of a very competent set from a player standpoint that has a lot of really cool stuff in it, great utility, solid shell for any deck that you want to build. Level threes, you got good options. You have the bad options aren't like too bad, and there's not too many of them. It's your ceiling is just a little bit lower. That is it. But your floor is actually like not terrible. I mean, play the Mocha 2 one, your floor is probably pretty low, to be honest. But anything other than that, and your floor is not too bad, and that's fine. There's just not a huge ceiling with this set, and with the level threes in this set, and that's fine because I think like the level 0 lineup and the level 1 combos are honestly the floor is really high on those. I do think it actually is a standout in those regards. I think there's some good, consistent stuff in it, and the utility is great. So I really like it from a player standpoint. I wasn't really interested in this set originally, aside from getting data live cards so that I could use them in my data live decks. But like doing this set overview, I've managed to convince myself that like I should look into actually getting just Fujimi cards in general because I actually do want to build some stuff and play around with it and start looking into some of these other IPs. From a collector standpoint, Not gonna, beat a dead horse. Some mistakes were made on Bushiroad's part. I know that's shocking. That's not something I've ever said on this channel before, because Bushiroad rarely does that sort of thing. They take great care with how they handle English Weiss, and they treat English Weiss with respect, and all that stuff. So but I guess everyone makes a mistake, and as Miley Cyrus or Hannah Montana said, everybody makes mistakes, and Bushiroad just, they made theirs, they'll make it right, and no mistakes will be made with English Weiss ever again. But just looking at the set from a collector standpoint without external factors, fantastic, lots of stuff to like about it. So I think from a player's or a collector standpoint, when looked at in a vacuum, really solid stuff overall. And I was never like not interested in looking at this set, but after really looking into it, I realized that there just was a lot to like at it from multiple avenues, and I think it's a very, very solid set because of that. It's a little unfortunate with the timing, not because of the collector standpoint. I just mean that, like, even though it's like a factor, it's a set that like does sort of get washed out by like the noise. It's coming right after Oshinoko Volume 2, which had so much hype around it, and it's coming out on the same day as Eminence, which also had a lot of people really, really interested in it. It being a popular show, and it being an English exclusive, and it's been a while since we got one. You know, that sort of drowns it out, and I allowed myself to like sort of be drowned out also and focus on Oshi and Eminence, and not focus on this as much, to my own detriment, because there's actually a lot to like here. And if you like any of the IPs in here and you like Weiss, I think there's definitely stuff you'll find in the set that's for you. So for anyone that's watched any portion of it, whether you skipped around to different segments, or stuck around for the whole thing, or whatever, thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Hope it's been informative. There is a lot of content going on right now that I'm trying to make because of the fact that we had Eminence and Fujimi come out on the same day. I've spent more time in 1 week making videos, even if it's only 2 videos so far, because they're just so long, because there's so much to discuss, than I have throughout like any period of time throughout the rest of the history of this channel. I do plan on doing some deck profiles for Fujimi. It may take like a week or two for those to start coming out. I'll try to move as fast as I can, because I already started working on ones for Eminence, just because I was more familiar with the set. Now that I have a better grasp on what's in Fujimi, I've already started brainstorming, no pun intended, ideas, for decks and things like that, and put my own little spin on it, whatever. So those will be coming. So there will be more Fujimi Volume 2 content coming out. It'll just be probably come a little bit after the stuff for Eminence, but there will be some deck profiles. They'll probably be all like digitally based, because I haven't ordered actual cards yet. But I will shortly, once I have a moment to myself and can sit down on a computer and can actually pick the cards I want and buy them. But thank you for sticking around and watching it. This has been Catskill Weiss Schwarz. I will see you in the next one.